Unscripted Kayfabe. Tune in to Spotify. Tune in to Apple Podcasts. Tune in to iTunes, to Apple Music, even Heart Radio. The Unscripted Kayfabe is the product that we watch. To analyze the product, to watch the product, to discourage the product, to encourage the product. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, oh boy, we're getting a rant. Welcome to the Unscripted Kayfabe. No rumors, no dirt, oh bullshit. This is the Unscripted Kayfabe.
Welcome everybody to the Unscripted Kayfabe. You're new here. I don't know what else to say. Again, welcome to the Unscripted Kayfabe, and this is the Wrestlepalooza, or All Out Wrestlepalooza post-show. You might say, oh, wait, it's too late, kind of, but who gives a fuck? I had my thoughts about it, and I'd rather go live in front of people than record about it, because, man, just personally for my preference, what I prefer, personally, I don't prefer going live. I mean, not always, but I don't prefer going into a situation like we're doing right now. I mean, not all the time, but I don't prefer doing recordings. I'm not a person who I like to speak off the hook, and okay, got a GameStop fucking coffee mug. Who gives a fuck? Moving on. All Out from Toronto. An eventful show, I'll say. Definitely an eventful show. A lot of over the top, thoughts, and like I'm reading people out there, people coming up with this whole agenda of, oh my god, this was the best fucking show that I've ever seen. Okay, if you were in attendance, could be, could be, and I won't take that from you as a wrestling fan. I won't take that shit from you. But as a viewer watching from the comfort couch to comfy couches, that she had the live stream, I was on my chair, literally sitting. You guys might check that out. I almost did one. I mean, I did a live stream on Wrestlepalooza. Did I? Whatever, so man. Who gives a fuck at this point? We're late. But who, I don't know. It's 12 a.m., so fuck. Did a live stream on not Wrestlepalooza, All Out, basically. Did a live show on that, and it's for you to check out if you are interested in checking that shit out, basically. I would say that if you have to go check it out, you go check it out. I'm not telling you what to do, but if you want to check it out, by me all necessary, go check it out. Okay. Which again, I would say, on live for that, just give you like a hint. You know, I would rather do a live reaction to AEW than I would do a fucking Wrestlepalooza. And I think I made a great fucking decision to do that. I chose to watch Wrestlepalooza. Actually, I chose to watch All Out over Wrestlepalooza. I watched All Out before Wrestlepalooza. I did. I checked out Wrestlepalooza later on. I didn't go on Twitter. I didn't go on fucking what, soever. I didn't go on X. But I definitely checked out Wrestlepalooza. I did. And that review will be coming up shortly. Not shortly, but in some time at least. That review will be live and unscripted, like this one for sure. Again, it was a fun thing to do. Live stream AEW, All Out. You saw my live reaction to that. That was live when it was going on, the match with Kyle Fletcher and Adam Page. Just show you that I'm not for the pettiness for WWE, and I don't support it. And I would say fuck WWE at the end of the day. This was AEW's turf. They came in. Did they really deliver? We're gonna talk about that for sure later on. Right now, I would say what I'll say about that. Again, this is a mixed stream. You know, two fucking different things, but still, what I will say for AEW basically, they delivered. This was their home turf. This was their weekend. Like it was an all in. AEW was better show. I mean, you got Conquerors out there, maybe JD talking about shit. People have their opinions. I'm not gonna take that away from them. But this was a great show, nonetheless. So I think AEW really stole the cake generally. I did, and again, the live stream to show people about morals and how I feel about WWE's pettiness and how fucking ridiculous it is. And I know why it's happening. I know it's not to steal the fans because you honestly believe in your be open hearted here. Do you honestly believe that WWE cares two shits or gives two shits about AEW's fan base and their crowd and their selling out? They don't. You know, that doesn't matter to them. That didn't matter to them then, basically. It didn't matter to them then. You know why a ton of talent got a big pay raise? Because of AEW back in 2019 when everybody got a huge pay raise because of AEW. AEW is one of the most reasons that a lot of WWE talent got a huge pay raise. You know, AEW was one of those reasons that they got that pay raise. So it's basically, you know, he say, she say, fucking all that. That's it. It's basically business at the end of the day for WWE. Again, they don't give two shits about AEW's ratings. And if AEW is any position, they put themselves in this. So you're not here. You're not here to just point the finger on WWE all the time, man. To point exactly, WWE is bitter and they're pissed about paying talent money, which is as a company, I mean, you should be embarrassed for that reason. And your talent should be like, okay, you have an issue with that? We know they're not going to address. They're not going to address it in front of their talent, but we know that they have an issue with that. Basically, we know for a fact that they have an issue with that. So let's get the fuck out of that situation, man. We know they have an issue with that, but nonetheless, who cares, man? Who fucking cares? I mean, where are we to say shit about WWE at the end of the day? We are people who see shit and we're not gonna fucking you know clap and fake react to shit basically because nobody wants to. Let's be real. Pettiness is beyond pettiness. Going head to head with All Out, they didn't actually go head to head. They went head to head to their time schedule, but they didn't really go head to head to the fucking show basically. They didn't go really head to head with the show. But they went head to head with with all but they went head to head to their main event basically. It was one part of their show because there was legit fans out there watching Wrestlepalooza in All Out. So nothing more to say about that. But again, let's kick it off. I mean, again, the pettiness is more than anything, and my support out there for that I am for AEW, and I would support AEW on this. And fuck WWE and fuck TKO. Fuck the greedy business corporate sick fucks of the company, basically. It goes out to Aria Manuel, Mark Shapario, fucking the bear Nick Khan himself. Fuck him too. Let's get started, man. Let's get started on AEW All Out in Toronto. The show kicked off with a earlier earlier today package or a sort of a thing where Adam Copeland and Christian Cage were out in I think it was Correct me if I'm wrong. It wasn't where was this show? Was it Social Bank Arena or in the Rogers Center? I think it was the Social Bank Arena, right? I think I'll go with it being Social Bank Arena, basically. But nonetheless, they came out there. They were backstage. They showed a footage of them backstage, coming to the arena. Looking at all the hockey, legendary things. Maple Leaf, I think, like a lot of stuff out there. I'm not a big hockey guy, so don't question me on that shit, please. A lot of NHL, hockey stuff, basically out there. And then they come into a guy named Bubbles, basically. And this was I mean, I guess he's more popular in Canada and not really worldwide. The name Bubbles, but nonetheless, that was like a funny interaction again. And then I think they interacted again with Bubbles, or I was like, what the fuck's going on? It was again really like a homage to Adam Copeland and Christian Cage coming out there and giving their uh, love to Toronto, the city, the Maple Leafs, seeing the history in the Scotiabank Arena. It was the Scotiabank Arena. I think I'm confirmed of that for sure. All right, match kicks off. So now we get into the show. Actually, Adam Copeland comes out, the rated R superstar, obviously known as Edge. We're not gonna call him Edge because this is AEW. We're not calling him Edge. But bear with me if I do call him Edge. It doesn't matter basically. Adam Copeland comes out with Metalingus. The crowd definitely loses their shit again, as they always do. As the one that he had, and I think the best entrance he's ever had is probably, again, both are in the United Kingdom. Is the one he had at Forbidden Door. That was like exhilarating. He came like out of nowhere. Like the crowd went ballistic. This was like one of the best entrances he's ever had. Generally, Adam Copeland. The second one he has had when he was still Edge with WWE at that time, which was the entrance he had at Clash of Castle in the Luchador masks. So, sorry, I'm a little snotty. Forgive me for that. But still, great stuff here. So he comes out with the Maple Leaf gear, or the Maple Leaf Toronto. No, I don't think it was Maple. Was he wearing? He might have some Maple Leaf stuff on his gear that was darkened. He came up with the Edge gear that he did. He's been wearing that Edge gear recently again. So, and then Christian comes out. Crowd gives him a great pop. FTR comes out. The boos are just running down the fucking hatchet, bro. At that point, the boos are too much to a point there. Okay, I get it. I get it. And we get started off with the match. I believe Christian Cage started off the match. Yeah, Christian Cage and FTR backholder, and they went at each other. I'm not ready to break down the full match because we're not doing spot by spot. That's not me. But again, it was really back and forth. Christian Cage and Adam Copeland again. I'm talking about their match basically. It was a fun match, really fun stuff. It was Stokely was getting kind of involved. Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. Stokely had a lot of interference in it, basically. If you might record for me to do, but we might be able to break it down because I don't have the whole thing straight up there, but still, we might be able to break it down. So maybe bear with me with that shit. Maybe I'm not sure. We might be able to break that down. We might be, or again, live here definitely. So tune out for that at the end of the day. we might be able to break it down. I'm not giving you my whole experience right here, but I think if you checked out, I was doing it on the Unscripted Kayfabe, the channel basically. Go check that shit out if you're new to that. I mean, you can check that out if you so please. But nonetheless, I would say that we might have broken it down to some T at the end of the day, but still, we're gonna break this shit down. I mean, most you get from Bleacher Report. Let's go for some other sites. Maybe I'm not sure. We're definitely breaking it down. So, anyways, Dax Harvard and Cash again, this will not be breaking it down. Basically, would it be? How many views did this get? Beth Copeland. Sorry, guys. My bad. Bleacher Report. We're not even getting into 0 Hour. Take a tailgate brawl. That show doesn't exist in my mind. And as I said, if you guys probably if you didn't talk about it yet, the show doesn't matter. So Dax, okay, let's get it. Dax and Patriarch started with a starting collar up and elbow tie up. Hardwood got the first takedown with a shoulder tackle. Then he added insult to injury by walking around across the cage's back. Just again, some really, good stuff to start it off generally. And I really like that Christian really started off the show. Christian Cage, not Adam Copeland, not Edge. Cope and Wheeler tagged in, and Wheeler spat right at his former friend to get some heat. Both teams were taking their time and easing into this one. It took a couple of minutes before the pace started to quicken. Yeah, the pace started quicken. It was a little slow at start, definitely. Then Cade's been taking damage due to FTR preventing him from tagging Copeland a few times, which again, this happened a lot of times. Once Cope got the hot tag, he took the flight to both members of FTR. And then, as we're going to talk about this right here, so Adam Copeland, he got the tag from Christian Cage finally. Christian Cage was really struggling, and they really put the ominence on struggle for Christian Cage. So Adam Copeland gets the tag in basically, and then Adam Copeland, is really into a sort of a position. I mean, a sort of position where it's like basically, you know, he was in a position of, I would say, not able to get the tag with Christian Adam Copeland, and again Christian Cage trying his hardest, and finally they did it, and then Adam Copeland came running in, and this is where we get into this paying homage to his greatest rival, and if you don't believe that, I mean you're a fucking idiot at that point. You can be a tribalistic AEW. You love In and Out. You love AEW. You fucking hate McDonald's. I mean, you hate WWE. You can do that all you want. But if you are not accepting that Adam Copeland's greatest rival is John Cena, you gotta be out of your fucking mind. You can show me all true. You can give tribalism all you want. I don't give a fuck about that. But you're the biggest. You're not a wrestling fan if you can accept that. Adam Copeland, the guy who's wrestling in your company, the wrestling in your teams, in your basically your team, in your brand that you solely hold dear and dear to your heart as a mentally ill sicko, but nonetheless. So again, Gave a little, I mean, and then the shoulder tackle, I think he gave him one, and then gave him a plant, side slam, basically. Some sorts of that, at least, a side slam. Definitely. He gave him a side slam, and then he went with the, he went with the, and then he said, "You can't see me." And with the moment he put his hand up like that, the crowd popped. Probably the biggest fucking reaction of the night. No doubt about it. Bro, this is why I'm gonna pray this, but John Cena not being in the company even, and he is still even a. This is why, I mean, even this is why people think John Cena will not change anything in AEW. Bro, a John Cena gesture got the loudest fucking reaction in that entire company show, all out. That's saying something. That's man, that is embarrassing, you know? That is embarrassing that you have a Mount Rushmore from WWE, one of the faces of WWE alongside Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster, have a cameo in terms of not being there really, but have a send off to his retirement tour. But again, just the Cena, a gesture from Cena had the loudest reaction on the entire show. You can fucking tell me shit, basically. And you can lie your ass off as much you want. But you would be an idiot if you don't believe that that was the biggest reaction. You know, we say CM Punk lives rent free in AEW's head, definitely does to this day. Always will. Their biggest draw ever. But they just proved that John Cena could have been their biggest draw ever if they signed him, simply, if the Cody would have stayed. Or he is the biggest draw in professional wrestling of all time. A gesture from Cena got a not a gesture from Cena, a gesture from Adam Copeland, a homage or whatever. It just erased. He just raised his hand, and the crowd knew what the fuck he's about to do. Basically, the crowd knew what he's about to do. The crowd knew all of a sudden, oh, the 5 moves of doom are coming. So again, I love stuff like that, man. Definitely. The 5 moves of doom that will rain upon them. But nonetheless, and again, it was a great homage to Cena. You know, one of the greatest, Adam Copeland's greatest rival ever. Honestly, could argue it's John Cena's greatest rival, but people really point to CM Punk as being Cena's greatest rival ever. So, because CM Punk brings out the best, and CM Punk is still doing that. If Edge was able to do that basically in today's age, if he was with the company right now, maybe we're talking about Edge being Cena's greatest rival. But as we have noticed more than ever, John Cena's best thing he did in this fucking not dog shit heel turn run, but smeh meh heel turn basically was the reincarnation of the fucking pipe bomb at the end of the day. That's it. So CM Punk I think CM Punk is greatest. CM Punk is John Cena's greatest rival. We're not gonna get into a whole WWE conversation here, but let me just put it out there. CM Punk is John Cena's greatest rival ever. Number two, I am thrown in between Adam Copeland and Randall Keith Orton. I'm thrown in between both of them. I'm not sure if I go with Randy Orton or Adam Copeland Edge. But basically, again, Great stuff, man. Great homage. Again, the crowd knew, and the crowds fucking lost their shit. I mean, if you're watching from your couch, you lost your shit. Watching that. For me personally, it warmed my heart. It's seeing that, hey, we're not here to. We still love, like, doesn't matter. It's AEW. John is loved in professional wrestling, and that's good to see. That's good to see. Those moments are wholesome and dear to my heart, and it's why one of those moments are just dear to my heart. Seeing AEW, it's basically seeing AEW pay an homage. I will see. I think we will be seeing more AEW talent pay homage to Cena. Might be. We could be seeing that. Who knows? It's possible because I mean, Cena's that much influential to the wrestling industry. Basically, he quite saved a wrestling industry who was gonna be shoved around, was gonna be shoved down the fucking hatchet and flushed out with the death of Chris Benoit, the murder suicide. John stood up and took it for it. Basically, the wrestling industry had a dip, a quite big dip. That's the reason they fucking went PG in the first place. Because now because what they were trying to sell out in 07, where the families had stopped working, and families and parents were not gonna let kids watch stuff because now they find out about what wrestling can do, and wrestling can caused a suicide. So they would not like to implement that on their kids back in 2007. Makes sense. The Benoit murder suicide is definitely a topic for another day, but which I will never discuss really. But I'm just giving you out there. John took that mantle. I mean, it didn't matter if he was cool anymore because obviously he lost a lot of his cool factor for him being in a PG guideline now. But he became a poster, the number one, what Cody is right now, basically. What Hulk was in the 80s. Became the poster of the company. Or, yeah, basically. What Hulk was in the 80s, John Cena became the poster of the company in the late 2000s. That's where I would say late 2000s is really where John Cena, basically where he really became the guy was 07. That's where he took off. He was turned 30 at that time. Makes sense. But nonetheless, it was great to see Edge, Adam Copeland pay a great pay a great homage to Cena. Again, biggest reaction AEW got on that night, which is saying a lot of stuff, man. Basically, you gotta fucking figure out to build star power in your company. Can you do that, Tony? That's a question for him. But again, Cena is that influential to professional wrestling and got the biggest fucking reaction of the night in that on All Out. You can't even argue with me here. Just a Adam Copeland gesture of his hand going up. That's it. And then he did the "You Can't See Me," and they got a Cena chant too. Love to see that. Great wholesome stuff. Moving on from, again, as we said, Cage spent some time damage due to FTR preventing him from tagging Copeland a few times. Once Cope got the hot tag, he took the fight to both members. FTR, he did a five-knuckle shuffle to pay John Cena an homage, which we just talked about, back for his reference to a spear. Cage and Cope locked in simultaneous sharpshooters. At one point, that was really one of my favorite spots in the match, where both of them really got in together and they really locked in those sharpshooters. I really like stuff like that. I think was fun to see something like that. I'm not gonna lie, it was a great thing to see something like that. Basically, it was a great time. It was some great stuff to see at the end of the day. So I really enjoyed that. So. again, I really like the assignment to sharpshooters and the selling of Dax. I think again the funny thing for me, bro, the way, because I mean they worked it into a scenario, and how they worked it is like, and then when when Dax and Cash were in the sharpshooter, when Cope and Christian had them, Cope and Cage had them in a sharpshooter. I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken here, Cash slapped Dax's head to get to the rope. That was really probably. I could have just, man. I'm personally gonna say that makes me laugh right now just thinking about it. It was some great stuff again. I mean, that whole when he slapped his bald head, Ricochet being a fucking clown for being getting slapped his bald head, which quite became redundant many times, and AEW really try to shove that shit down your fucking throats. But this, I like stuff like that. Like Cash slapping Dax's head to get some momentum to get to the rope. Great fucking stuff, man. Man, that was some. That's what I think. That's what wrestling's kind of all about. Those little spots and moments in the match that can just kind of hold on to you. I mean, and imagine it's a memorable spot in my head. I'm just talking about it right now, where Edge and Christian, today are Cope and Cage, where put them in a sharpshooter, and then Dax getting his head slapped. I think both men slapped each other's heads. I'm not sure, but again, it was a really fun spot. Moving on from that. Yeah, there we go. Cash had to slap some sense into Dax for tapping out. Yeah, there we go. Which I just talked about. Again, was really good stuff, man. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it for that spot. I'm not talking about the match generally was great. This may not have pedal to pedal action, but it was a great example of how you can put on a great match without rushing from spot to spot. They took their time, sold the big moves, and picked up the pace when necessary. Again, a fun match with some great selling here and there, definitely. You know, we got some great selling here and there, definitely. A fun match with absolutely great selling at the end of the day. A fun fest of a match and a fun, like, it's great to see ENC or CNC now, Cope and Cage, get back, mainly as we know him as ENC, Edge and Christian, get back together in the spot and make it a way back into the tag team division, and, be the greatest tag team like they are, or they have been for one of the greatest. You can argue what your take is at the end of the day, but still, it was a great spot, man. It was a great spot to look at that. Again, it was a great spot nonetheless. I love stuff like that. Basically, was and again, the selling, it wasn't rushed really. It was a story told match. It was a fun match. It was a Toronto native Maple Leaf crowd. I mean, it was I won't say it's a Maple Leaf crowd, but this crowd was there for Edge and Christian. I knew a lot of people were there for Edge and Christian. A lot of their childhood memories, and just the how much Edge has an impact in people's lives of just watching him or whatever. A lot of wrestlers have become wrestlers because of Edge and Christian. Moving on. Again, as it sold the big moves and picked up with pace when necessary. Stokely Hathaway pulled the ref out of the ring. Again, this is what I talked about. Stokely really being part of, in this match. I really think dived into the lot scenarios, and I really liked that. Basically, Stokely being a big part of the match. And I like stuff like that. It's cool to see that. Stokely is great at what he does. Not gonna lie. So anyway, which brought out Beth Phoenix to take him down, and actually Beth Copeland. We're gonna call her Phoenix. Phoenix is her WWE name. Sly, but whatever. Anyways, the debut of Beth Copeland. So Beth Copeland has finally become all elite after 2 years of her husband being in AEW. Beth Copeland, we gotta figure out what was her situation with the contract back then, but This was great to see Stokely Hathaway again. Just Stokely. I gotta say, I'm gonna put Stokely over. Stokely is absolutely entertaining. Probably one of the best managers or whatever they have him doing with FTR. They're crushing it. Love to see it. FTR and Stokely are one of the most highlights on Dynamite because Dynamite is usually a fucking indie fest and just wrestling matches without no fucking emotion. Let's be real. I'm gonna criticize whatever it's due. Dynamite doesn't really hit nowadays as much as it used to with storytelling back in the day. But nonetheless, this is what it was. It was a great spot here with Stokely, and Stokely plays a great role with FTR, and he's just so great at what he does. And the crowd was chanting, "No hoes," and I was like, "Hey, you got a hoe to hold him," meaning Beth Copeland. I'm not gonna say she's a hoe, but come on. I mean, he got somebody to hold him. You know, he got a hoe. You didn't mean you didn't. I just don't take my words out of context, okay? I meant like he got a hoe in terms of, hey, a hoe touched him. Because mostly every woman in the world is a fucking hoe, so we don't know to go there. But come on, he got one hoe in Beth Copeland. No, I'm not calling her Jen. I'm not just saying that she's a hoe, but moving on. Okay, we're moving on from this definitely. I'm not calling her for that, definitely. But great stuff to see, man. Beth making her AEW debut. Beth Copeland is all elite, definitely. So now, and he took and spear sheet on him. Stokely could sell really well again. Stokely is so great at his job. Moving on from this, we already talked about Stokely and the Beth Copeland, great pop. But again, I will say a John Cena, not even a. It was just the way Adam Copeland put up his hand in the air, like a palm in the air, and everybody popped. That was the loudest reaction. I'm gonna keep on telling you this. I'm gonna keep on repeating this. A John Cena slow palm up into the air reaction was the loudest that they got all night at All Out. Comes to tell you how important and influential John has been to the professional wrestling industry. Not being John Moxley, being John Cena. I'm talking about the one who's Moxley. I hope he could be. He was really influential to the start of AEW. I think he was this. He was a top guy from WWE. He was one of the top guys in WWE. He was not the top guy. I think he was the top guy in 2016 at a point, but he was always one of the top guys in the company. He was being Moxley himself being influential at the end of the day. But again, I'm talking about Cena, which again was great to see that. Love to see Cena being that influential to the wrestling industry and the business, and how much impact he has on all those wrestling fans who were in All Out. Were all those wrestling fans who were watching All Out, how much impact he had on them, because like the crowd basically lost their shit when he just picked up a hand. But again, Beth Copeland had a great reaction, man. I'm not calling her Beth Phoenix. We're not. Whatever. Moving on. Anyways, FTR used the ring bell on Copeland. Okay, after that, while the ref was distracted from again the Beth Copeland interference with Spirit Stokely and Stokely sold it. FTR used the ring bell on Copeland, but he still managed to kick out at 2. After surviving a shatter machine, Copeland was able to get the win with a spear while Cage held Hardwood back from breaking up the pin. Nick Wayne came out to avoid a distraction, so FTR Sabian could attack Cope and Cage. So again, they Nick Wayne came out, you know, great. Edge and Christian, Cope and Cage, they got the win, which was probably the best scenario to go on with that. I mean, why would you have FTR win, really? It would make no sense. Anyways, post match, again, I would say Nick Wayne came out. We're getting that situation right here. It was Nick Wayne came out to provide a distraction so FTR and Sabin could attack Cope and Cage. Yeah, so Nick Wayne comes out. He's in a wheelchair apparently. I don't know what's the plan with AEW when. Okay, Nick Wayne is fucking young. I mean, it's basically a kid in the wrestling industry, in the company at this point. He is. How young is he? He's 19, I think. 20. I think he turned 20. I think he is the youngest in AEW right now. He is the youngest. He's the youngest person in AEW right now. Definitely he is. Just by his age, we're talking here, 20. Nonetheless, Nick Wayne is out here and he's on a wheelchair. Interesting to see that. That was kind of okay, cool. You know, it's crazy that Nick Wayne was quite part of the. I'm just looking back at the early patriarchy. You know, the AEW has done a great job in terms of presenting Nick Wayne as a prodigy of his father Christian Cage and how they did that. How he really intervened into that Adam Copeland and Christian Cage feud when Adam Copeland debuted at Wrestle Dream a couple of years back. It was great to see stuff like that, man. Adam Copeland, you know, the debut of Adam Copeland, and then Nick Wayne again, really taking a lot of shit from Adam Copeland. Basically, he got his head concertoed. Insane. That was crazy. But bro was basically like 5 or 6 when Edge retired from professional wrestling. It's crazy that you got concertoed. But again, it's like Nick Wayne has really been like it's crazy to get you got concertoed by Adam Copeland, a guy who I mean you probably did not really grow up watching. Probably I would say because you were still like a really young kid. I mean you started growing up when our stage that comes, but you were in your early childhood at that point. I would say, but still me. But a legend like that, I mean, for people like who are around that age, it's like you lucky son of a bitch. You got Adam Copeland to concerto you being an 18-year-old. Good for you, man. Basically, at that time it was 18. Nonetheless, and then comes out when Copeland was cuffed to the ring, and then they cuffed him to the ring. Adam Copeland, the ring ropes. It was hard, and he had to watch FTR spike pile driver Christian Cage because again, this distraction from Nick Wayne played into Christian Cage getting his head pile drive into the mat, basically. Rather than trying to run away from FTR, and then Beth came in. Beth gave her husband a kiss. That was a nice moment. That was a wholesome moment. I'll fight for you. At the end, and I'll fight for you like a on Doomsday basically moment, like just showing off their real life relationship in some ways, but how wholesome and how wholesome that moment was for just showing off love generally between a couple. But again, that was a great moment. The card got a great reaction from that. That guy got a great reaction. A kiss basically got a lot more reaction than the fucking show did in a lot of spots. Again, the crowd was hot, but I mean, these moments like Cena's gesture, basically the gesture that Adam Copeland did, like just put his palm like this, and people lost their shit. But again, it was really great thing to see this, a great wholesome thing to see, and then Beth tried to fight FTR, and then she ended up getting pile drived herself. And then Adam Copeland, obviously being that Triple H, people are gonna really say, "Oh my God, they stole it from the whole Randy Orton." I mean, AEW did this a few years ago with Adam Cole, not Adam Copeland, Adam Cole at that time, tied up to the turnbuckle, and Chris Jericho, not Chris Jericho, Saraya hitting a kendo stick, beating the shit out of Britt Baker, basically, when Saraya was with the company. Damn, Chris Jericho's not in the company. It's been a while. Definitely. So it was a callback to their own thing. So get the fuck out of here with the whole, oh, they copy everything from WWE. I really don't care if they did. You can cry about it. It was a cool spot to see that. Again, Adam Copeland sell. It's basically one of the spots you could see him, Beth getting concertoed when Adam Copeland said, "I quit, I quit, I quit." Where Rhea Ripley had Beth in a position where she was gonna get concertoed when he was feuding the Judgment Day. So Edge has already have had the spots before, nothing crazy. It was okay to see, nothing out of the norm, but crowd lost their shit for that. Definitely they did. Adam Copeland selling it really well. Love to see drama like that, and it was really puts a lot of heat on FTR more than even they did. You attacked Beth Phoenix, you attacked the mother of Adam Copeland's children. Now this man is out to gun you, and he is gonna pull up in his fucking muscle car that he debuted in at Wrestle Dream, and he's gonna kill you. Basically, he's gonna fucking murder you. So, love to see that. Love to see tension build up. Love to see, a shocking moment, or just love to see heels get heat like this. Because FTR are great at being heels. They're one of the best tag teams at being heels than they're at being baby faces, I would say. So, definitely great to see this. I would say this match was a solid, I don't want to say B, but it would be a. I would say it was a great match. It was an 8 for me. It was an excellent. It was a. It was a. It was. I won't say what you would. Would you say B is great? But if it's B is great, I don't care. I'm grading this match. But if I graded from great to good, I would give it great. It was a great match. Again, notable moments that everybody knew, and then I just talked about whole Bubbles and the Green Bastard, and as I know it was really unnecessary, but again, a really good, nice cleat back to Adam Copeland and the whole situation of Adam Copeland and Cope and Cage being back in their hometown in Toronto and being part of the Bank Arena and the moments there and just looking at the history of all the hockey moments and stuff. And then having these two come up, Bubbles slash the Green Bastard. It was funny as what it was, basically. And again, it had been 21 years. They really highlighted that 2004 meeting, last time they teamed up in Toronto. Again, I'm put over a lot of stuff already. We're not going to that. There's already breakdown here about the John Cena reference. Without commenters do not address Cena, but then crowd chanted Cena's name a few times, as we know. Obviously, they can. It's John Cena's name has been mentioned in a TBS promotion, basically. They could have just said an homage to his greatest rival, John Cena. I could say Bryan Danielson could have said that, and I would have not tripped, because when you can mention wrestlers. Bryan Danielson did say his greatest rival ever, but he did not say John Cena. Bryan Danielson could have said that, and I would have not tripped, bro. It was nothing. It was nothing, out of the norm that they didn't say that, and it was a problem that nobody said it. Hey, Tyler Hamilton. Unless it wasn't like out of the norm that nobody said it, basically, but it was still great to see people said it. It's a great moment nonetheless, man. It's great to see stuff like this generally on the show. But again, I would have loved if they actually, if you are asking me as a fan, from my perspective and stuff, I think I would have loved it if they would have done it. But again, I'm not here to judge and, say that, okay, they didn't do it. Fine, I get it. I'm not going to cry about that, basically. It's fine. I understand that they didn't do it. People might have different feelings and how they feel about stuff, but they've mentioned Cena's name on AEW television a couple years ago with I think what was the show called? I don't know what it was called basically. With Nicole Byer. He was doing a show with Nicole Byer on TBS. I think John Cena is a big part of Warner Brothers. You know, the whole the team over there. I mean, John is quite one of their biggest top actors, basically. So it's what it is, you know. Warner Brothers and the whole thing. But if they had to mention him, they could have mentioned him at the end of the day. But I'm not gonna take them off for it. Basically, that they didn't mention him. It's all right. It doesn't go against a lot of stuff I just said. Nonetheless, we'll be kicking off with now the second match of the night. Again, as I said, I did not address the tailgate brawl because that happened on the 0 Hour show, and I didn't give two shits about it. You know, I'd rather be in the ring having a fucking. I'm not gonna say what might be a wild thing to say, but if my take would be, I'd rather be having a fucking. I'd rather be having wild. I'd rather be having fun with these women, if you know what I mean. Basically, they got fucking spatulas out there. I mean, you know, and they're spanking each other with spatulas on Collision. I don't know, basically, but again, I didn't give two shits. They had a fucking cooler out there. I don't know what the fuck was this. I don't care about this tailgate brawl. I didn't. Daniel Garcia is not it for me, okay? Get the fuck out of there with that whole. I've already gone over with the whole Daniel Garcia and how stupid it is that he is part of it, and if he's actually part of the Death Riders. But I'm not sure if he actually is. I think it would be a swerve that he might pull off, might dismantle the Death Riders from the inside. I hope that's the story they're going for. But if they're actually looking forward to put him being part of the Death Riders, well, I guess he has nothing really to do anymore. But again, where did that tension build up with Nigel McGuinness? I guess that went nowhere. I don't know where that went. What they were trying to showcase at Forbidden Door. They could have a feud with Nigel McGuinness and Daniel Garcia, and I would have cared more about that than anything they do with the fucking Death Riders. You know, I just get pissed off whenever I think about the Death Riders. Death Riders outlasted as much as they could. Death Riders have become not just stale, they're ice cold like no tomorrow. They're so ice cold, they're so stale now that if you even touch it, you even try to they're an ice cold stale meal so much now. When you try to take a bite of this meal, you're gonna be underwhelmed in a millisecond. Basically, that's what I would say. That's the explanation I would give you for the Death Rider storyline. It is fucking ice cold, man. Nobody cares about this. We're gonna be getting into, which I can't wait to bury, John Moxley and Darby Allin's coffin, fucking indie garbage, and nothing too special about it. We're gonna be getting into that for sure. If you believe that there's no criticism for All Out, it's coming, man. I'm not a mentally ill sicko who's gonna take shit and not talk about it. We're gonna be talking about that for sure. But nonetheless, I got a little stop, man. I'll see you in a bit. Listen to some, I guess, we're going for a little commercial from Our Ways, because I guess, I know this song doesn't fit, but this is how it's like a running gag that I have this on my streams. You know what I'm talking about. Go ahead. snotty, basically. You know. My bad if I got a bit snotty, but whatsoever. Moving on. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. All right. Nonetheless, as we already went over this Tailgate 0 Hour show. You know, Daniel Garcia and the whole situation. I could care two shits about that. And then, as I said, about that, we're not gonna get onto that. We're not gonna even we're not even gonna address this whole three matches. They don't matter to me. You basically have Samoa Joe. But when Samoa Joe gets on television, again, this is how much importance he has had to the wrestling industry and to just not WWE many times too. Like there's just a sense of feel of just like realism in a way. Samoa Joe feels legit and real. Goddamn, my mask got fucked up a bit. Maybe that's better. Nonetheless, Samoa Joe, Samoa Joe shows off a bit of like a lot of realism to the show. He definitely does, personally to me. Samoa Joe shows off a lot of realism to the show, and it's like I'm not astonished or something. I'm not shocked. I'm not over the moon about it. That I'm like going on a rant for this. But honestly, I should be ranting about this shit, but I probably have no interest in doing it because I know he's out there to help the younger guys now, and he's on his way out, and his career is almost coming to an end. AJ Styles has posted you know, what you call it, is a sand watch, whatever, where the phenomenal is just dripping away. You know, the time the sand watch, whatever it's called. I'm sorry, but I'm not that sand clock or whatever it's called. Like the time is just slowly dripping away. The phenomenal is dripping away, and his career is coming to an end, which is easily predictable by WrestleMania. And I know what match WWE is putting on for WrestleMania 43. You know, Shawn Michaels was out there being interviewed by. I'm just gonna put it this again. We're not really talking about WWE as much, but Shawn Michaels was just got interviewed by Chris Van Vliet, and basically Chris Van Vliet, I mean, asked him about all that whole Saudi stuff and what this match means to him, and what that match that he had about the Undertaker match, how much it mean to him, and that's his favorite match ever, basically. The one they had in Houston at WrestleMania 25, and he said the one in Crown Jewel, man, that means nothing. That doesn't exist, basically. He says that doesn't exist. He's embarrassed. He's embarrassed that he took the money to do it. Again, it benefited for his family. He basically did this for the sake of his wife and his kids. You think that he cared about going to Saudi Arabia and wrestling in front of a crowd, and after just rejecting the amount of times he rejected to come out of retirement, Shawn Michaels. You think that he would care to go to Saudi Arabia and Saudi and just work there? No, he didn't. It was all about the money. Back in 2018, Crown Jewel, the match with DX, it was all about the money at the end of the day. It's a cool thing to see it. Not a cool thing to see the fucking match. That match was probably the worst match I've ever seen. But it was a cool thing to see. The build, at least, for whatever it's worth. It's a cool thing to see that Shawn was out of retirement. I thought you would never. We thought we would never see Shawn out of retirement ever. So Shawn Michaels coming out of retirement after 8 years in 2018 was cool to see. So basically, you might get that back again in 2027 when I'm putting it out here. You think, now with WrestleMania being in Saudi Arabia, in Saudi, you don't think TKO, not TKO, you don't think Saudi, Turk, Ali Sheikh, whatever the hell his name is. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, so I'm not gonna bury his name, but I'm gonna bury him for the fact that he's really fucking up basically the product right now. Any chances that the fans get their opinions, but no, I don't think that fucking matters to the company. It's about money. And it's always been. With Vince, it was always about money too. It's about business, and it doesn't matter what the fans think. You don't think that this man, the Prince of Saudi, Turk, Sheikh, whatever his name is, he would not pay. You think he'll play hardball with them? No, bro. He will play hardball with them in terms of how much money you want. Do you want $200 million? You honestly tell me and think about it. You don't think Shawn Michaels would take it up and just having his kid's life settled for life, basically, at that point? He's rich as fuck anyway, Shawn Michaels. But don't you think that Shawn Michaels would entertain that offer? How much money he would be paid? Because you're out of your fucking mind if you don't believe how much money I can see them being thrown out 100 mil, and that's just a small number for Saudis and how much rich they are, basically, to absolutely defamed and retired pro wrestlers who have no business being in a wrestling ring. Wrestlers who are not who are basically in wheelchairs now, like Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker. If they take one bump in the ring, they end up in a fucking wheelchair. What I'm trying to give you is a. So you don't think that? And Shawn Michaels just got a knee surgery or knee replacement of some sorts or whatever he did. You don't think that they would absolutely have Shawn Michaels, go out and I mean, it's becoming a WWE thing, man, but still wrestle with AJ Styles. Being AJ Styles is actually last WrestleMania. That's in Saudi. Funny thing that is, definitely. AJ Styles will be turning 50 in 2027. He said he's retiring before he turns 50. But you don't think that they would do that? They would love to have AJ Styles on that show, and they will pay AJ Styles ton. They will set AJ's kids for life, basically. AJ still has young kids, Shawn, Shawn could also, get 100 mil, basically. Again, it's sad to see something like this happening because it's like you're now out of your way. Now you're basically, you have such pull. I get it. You have the amount of pull as a fucking greedy oil, blood money country in being Saudi. You have that much pull in professional wrestling to get, you know, get into the wrestler's head and pay, and just try to get them out of retirement for the sake of the biggest payday of their life. This talked about it 100 million. It's sad to see that because, as I said, these wrestlers are rather have a wheelchair on a pole match at this point. Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, where Triple H has his heart functioning for the fucking robot, a machine. There is a legit Terminator inside Triple H right now. Call back to his entrance, which I did there. But anyways, I'm just going back to Samoa Joe here. Again, that's what I said. That's very sad for whatever the fuck that's worth. But I'm just going back to Samoa Joe here, and Samoa Joe being a really one of the whenever Samoa Joe speaks, cadence tries to speak. I mean, the interaction he had with Hook backstage was the best thing on that fucking Dynamite episode, basically. So it's hard to see how they're booking Samoa Joe. I guess he has no problem with this, really. But if you're if this is one of his final years, I would have him tell great feuds and great storylines. Have Samoa Joe be in a top main event position in the company instead of being part of the fucking you know what, as I said, with the trios act with Shibata and Powerhouse Hobbs. I don't know when when Powerhouse Hobbs' contract comes up, but you know he's going to be definitely entertaining that WWE offer. You'd be a fucking idiot not. He wouldn't be doing that. He's doing that, basically. Do you think Tony Khan has any plan in pushing Powerhouse Hobbs? Do you think Tony Khan sees Powerhouse Hobbs as this top guy? No, he doesn't. He looks like a fucking Titan out of Titan Towers from Connecticut, basically. Tony Khan has no interest in making muscular guys, these huge, big looking guys, their top guy. He is in for the, you know, the Ospreys, the Swerve Strickland, the Adam Page, the more athletic, agile guys. Tony Khan's top guys are the agile guys. They're not big muscular guys. The big meaty slap your meat muscle guys. I mean, hey yo, that's pause. But so that's not it for Tony Khan. You could say, oh, Samoa Joe was in a position. I would say call him it, but Samoa Joe's already a big top name in the wrestling industry, so he had to be the world champion. But nonetheless, Samoa Joe's reign generally wasn't clicking to me. I think the reign was quite weird because the way it ended. I'm happy to solidify Swerve Strickland as the Victorian dynasty. I did. But again, Samoa Joe got nothing from that reign, basically. That reign was just to put over Swerve Strickland eventually. And that was a reign that they had to end MJF's reign, which I would have just had them end that whole Devil storyline and have Swerve Strickland beat MJF for the World Championship. I think that would have meant more. But they fucked it up as they usually do. That's probably one of their biggest fuck ups, the Devil storyline. The whole Devil angle is just a clusterfuck like none other. Okay, my hair's all in my face, guys. Sorry. Put my hair up a bit. I don't have really short hair, man. It's hard to sometimes get into that, nonetheless. So I'm just kind of, you know, the whole Samoa Joe storyline. We just got over that situation, basically. If they had the gall to do that, but they didn't choose to do that, whatever. I mean, they gave it to Samoa Joe, and nothing really happened from his reign. Let's be realistic here. Again, when he was when it was basically again, Adam Page was gunning for Samoa Joe for that World Championship, but he was again the the new him, dumbass. Basically, that was it. The mustache was kicking in, and he was a wild renegade on AEW television, gunning for Swerve Strickland and making sure Swerve Strickland doesn't ever be the world champion. That's what Adam Page's goal was. And then he was suspended or some sorts. I don't know what happened. And then he came back in July to rekindle his feud with Swerve Strickland, where that's when they gave him I think personally one of my favorite Adam Page. I think the monotone, the story that song is built on, it's like a dark, vengeful cowboy, the dark killer cowboy. You went into his house. You went into his kid's house. You traumatized his family. You made it personal with him. You made it personal by doing some drastic shit to his kid. The man lost his fucking mind. And he's gonna gun you out. if the fans like it or not. So love that character. Generally, I think the best. That's probably my favorite arc of Hangman Adam Page. That is that is the best arc of Hangman Adam Page. Argue the fucking wall. I think the arc of him, the drinking storyline is pretty great. That is up there too. These two arcs are hard to. Just they're really hard. This is again storytelling, which I give AEW a lot of credit here with. They have really Hangman is a absolute probably their best main character storyteller in the company. He is. That's why he's called the main character of the company. Again, I'm gonna say about Samoa Joe. I wish they would do some other stuff, but moving on from that. So, Big Bill. We're getting to the second match on the show tonight. Big Bill called out. How much time am I going in? Crazy man, holy shit! 1 hour 13 minutes. So Big Bill was he refers to it and like a guy from New York, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, it's Eddie Kingston." He just kind of called out Eddie Kingston. Basically everybody's like, "Okay, cool." You just kind of called out Eddie Kingston. Cool to see. But then he actually called him out on Collision, and then it was announced that Eddie Kingston was making his return finally. I think he tweeted Eddie Kingston something, but I got everything ready, I got my contracts ready, whatever the hell he said. And Eddie Kingston. So Big Bill comes out to absolutely no fucking reaction. AEW thinks that this is why Tony Khan doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Big Bill comes out to basically his music was louder than I could hear his music more than anybody. I could hear no single peep to his reaction, bro. Back at least a couple of years back, a few years back, there was a AEW crowds were hot and they used to run it with him with saying, you know, about Enzo and Cass and whatever he did and the whole stuff. I mean, they used to rub it in his face. The crowd, which were hotter back then, and they're not as hot as they used to be. And the sickos will berate you if you disagree with them, basically. So fuck the sickos. We're not here to talk about them. Yeah, so AEW's crowds were really hot back then. So and again, they cared about Big Bill more then than they care about Big Bill now. It's a hot AEW crowd, definitely, but again, they did Big Bill. Big Bill fucking means nothing, man. Big Bill got little to no reaction. When you get little to no reaction, I mean, I'm gonna mention again. Tony Khan's a fucking cool as heck. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Big Bill got little to no fucking reaction, bro. The whole learning tree stuff was a fucking colossal waste of television. You knew it was bad. You knew what Jericho was doing bad. You just let him do it because he's fucking Chris Jericho at the end of the day. We got nothing out of this outcome. We got nothing out of Big Bill. Brian Keith is entertaining for what he's worth, really. The bad apple. I fucking like Brian Keith. But did it do anything with that situation? Did this ever lead to a payoff? No, it didn't. They dropped it. They dropped it. This is what Chris Jericho, and he deserves all fucking flack for this. Jericho deserves all the flack for this. Okay, I'm gonna be pissed about it. So keep it real here, I mean. Jericho deserves all the shit for this man. Jericho, he is absolutely 100% a guy you don't want to put to develop new talent, especially in AEW. Is what we have seen. Sammy Guevara, that whole vortex, it was a rotation of the vortex. Sammy Guevara splits away from the inner circle, becomes a upper mid carder. He's having a kind of program with Cody Rhodes, Scorpio Sky for the TNT Championship. He has that ladder match with Cody. Great stuff going on with Sammy Guevara, Sammy G. Great stuff, man. Then he gets back with Chris Jericho again when Chris Jericho starts the Jericho Appreciation Society, JS, the Sports Entertainers, whatever they were called. Again, that was great stuff. Again, as I said, he became back into that Jericho faction again because they had nothing for him to do, and they couldn't come up with anything. They had to put him back again with Jericho, and basically, what again? He turns on Jericho in the summer to fall of 2023. Finally, he stabs Jericho. He aligns himself with Don Callis, Will Ospreay, and the Callis family, and then he. I'm just giving Sammy Guevara as an example. How much shit he's been through, and I still don't believe. I mean, he's having more fun probably filming those skits on Instagram than more he's doing shit on television on AEW. You know, the whole Dustin North situation. Do you think Sammy Guevara is happy as you do you honestly believe he's happy being in AEW? He's getting paid well. His kid's probably gonna get well taken care of. His wife's there. That's the only reason he's there, basically. If you think Sammy Guevara is happy, you're a fucking idiot, bro. I'm telling you, he would be dying to go to WWE, to go to NXT. Because oh my god, the way AEW has treated one of their one of their four pillars, as we have so-called, you know, named them as Guevara, Jack Perry, MJF, Darby Allin, the four pillars of AEW. Get the fuck out of here, man. You kidding me? No, he's not. He's not. There's not been 1 second that he has been worth it, basically. He's not. He's back. He came back to the vortex. Sammy Guevara. Nothing came out of that. Waste of television. Waste of any single time, bro. And then again, he turned on Chris Jericho, aligned himself with the Don Callis family. Just mentioned all that again. And then he turns to the Don Callis family. I think goes back with Chris Jericho. I think he turns on Chris Jericho again, leaves him, and disappears. Disappears and that's it. And basically, this is what Sammy Guevara's career, folks, is basically summed up to. He's the biggest example of Chris Jericho, fucking up someone's career. I get it. He was the one who actually made Sammy Guevara kind of relevant. But again, he was also the one who kind of fucked up his career for me personally. If I would. That's just my own personal take on this. But nonetheless, man, nothing out of Sammy Guevara. Nothing came out from Hook. Hook did not get some fucking top tier entertainment. Mark Briscoe, what did he get from this? Bandito. I think that Bandito was he better off with feuding with Chris Jericho? No. He might have gotten more TV time. He might have gotten TV time, TV time with Chris Jericho, the learning tree. Get the fuck out of here. I need more TV time. Chris Jericho needs more TV time. It was a narrative thrown out from what the fans were not liking, just how much time Chris Jericho did. This gimmick was garbage. Tony Khan knew was garbage, and he let Chris Jericho run it in AEW. So, those fans, if he does the same shit in WWE, don't you worry, bro. I would be there to fucking shit on that gimmick and bury it down the drain again. So, let's be real. Jericho is awesome. Jericho's awesome. But lately, what he's done in the past few years has been total utteral shit. Honestly, I don't know why he's been in AEW. He's basically brought down Sammy Guevara to jobber level status. Let's get into Big Bill, which again, no payoff. He says he literally the wizard. I'm fucking crazy, whatever he said, and smashed his own Jericho Tron or the Learning Tree Tron, and then walked out. That was the last you saw of him. No payoff to Big Bill. No nothing to nothing. He put over Bandito. That was fine, great for what it was. Honestly, Tony Khan had the gall to say, "Hey, bro, if you make Chris Jericho your world champion, because first of all, Ring of Honor is a dead brand. That's what people don't understand, and that's what Tony Khan did not understand. Ring of Honor is a dead brand. It died. It died. Maybe you could build new homegrown talent in Ring of Honor, but you didn't do that. You basically kind of ruined Ring of Honor. You just showed us, oh, it's Ring of Honor. We're just signing random talent. No, bro, you're supposed to slowly build talent, get some momentum off. First, need to have the Ring of Honor legends go there and finally kind of elevate Ring of Honor, which they had Briscoes and FTR at that time, which is great. Whatever, that whole trilogy they had, which is a great trilogy. Not gonna lie about that, but still, you did not build Ring of Honor, Tony. You yourself fucked it up, so don't you blame it on the fans that we don't care about it. You as a booker, the guy who's booking the show, the guy who bought Ring of Honor out from, the owner. What was the owner again? Jeff Kotze? I'm sorry, what it's called. Something his name is. I don't I forgot his name, but he bought Ring of Honor out. Joe Coffey, Joe Coffey, I think his name is. I'm not sure. He bought Ring of Honor out. He and then he owns Ring of Honor. Great, Tony. You have the rights to own Ring of Honor. What did you do with Ring of Honor? Absolutely fucking nothing. You build Ring of Honor, and he thought, oh hey, in big 2024, I will put the World Ring of Honor World Championship on Chris Jericho, and it's gonna give them really great buzz. No, it didn't. It might have got me a little buzz. I'm not sure if it got any buzz. It was basically every single week. I mean, first of all, I don't know why the whole Chris Jericho, Mark Briscoe storyline wasn't it. I'm so happy what Mark Briscoe has been elevated to now, even though people might not like it. Some people might be key to not be okay with what's going on with Mark Briscoe and the whole storyline, basically. But then MJF, I could understand your criticism due for that, but again, one of the most point exactly. I mean, nobody cared about him winning the Ring of Honor Championship, and again, no payoff to Big Bill. To my point exactly, Chris Jericho is cancerous to AEW, and you need to get them the fuck out of the company. And he knows it himself that his time is up at AEW. Tony's not gonna admit it, but that's what Tony Khan is. He doesn't never admit shit. He never admitted CM Punk or whatever, and the whole stuff that went down there. He never admitted that CM Punk that the CM Punk's run was poorly managed, basically, and he's never gonna admit it because because Tony can't take criticism. Those comments from Jack Hager, sorry, guys. Those comments from Jake Hager. I mean, guys, those comments from Jake Hager, those run true more than ever. I mean, come on, those comments are out there at this point. I mean, those comments from Jake Hager, they're hilarious. Those comments they reign true simply at this point. What the fuck should I say? Jake Hager, that's what it is. Those comments from Jake Hager, man, those reign true. Obviously, fuck Tony Khan, and he can't take criticism, which again, he's not gonna take that. And again, as I said, Jericho has not given any payoff to Big Bill. That's why Big Bill gets no reaction, and Jericho can get the fuck out of AEW. We don't want him here. Nobody wants Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho, in the past few years, has done absolutely fuck all with AEW. He has ruined Sammy Guevara. He has absolutely made Sammy Guevara into a fucking jobber. I don't know what happened and what happened backstage in the heat on Sammy Guevara and the whole backstage fights or whatever happened. But Sammy Guevara absolutely is a fucking jobber now. Sammy Guevara is not a guy I would take seriously again on AEW television. There's no way you have there's no way you have me taking Sammy Guevara seriously, bro. Get the fuck out of here. No. So Big Bill again got no reaction. Again, Big Bill came out, you know. As we know, Big Bill defeated Matt Caster on September 11th. Whatever, we're not going to get into that. And again, Strong Returns was the last time and again, this is why people understand something. And why would you not have Eddie Kingston be part of the Death Fighter storyline? Cape Kidd's part of it. Eddie Kingston has a long history with John Moxley, and whenever Eddie Kingston and John Moxley are together, it comes off to be better television because the chemistry is off the charts. It's probably just one of the best. Just I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of creative storytelling there with Moxley and Eddie Kingston, and Claudio and Eddie Kingston's, and Eddie Kingston's hate for Claudio, and how he knows that Claudio is a fucking scumbag. In the whole days of Chikara, basically, Chikara, but nonetheless, and we kind of saw this when they were teaming up with Blackpool Combat Club. Eddie Kingston was Moxley was the reason he teamed up. Eddie Kingston was not too keen teaming up with Claudio Castagnoli. Again, Moxley and Eddie Kingston's friendship really runs through here. They're really, and then I would say I wish they really have Eddie Kingston be part of this because that would intrigue a lot more attention to a fucking cold ass stare. I would say not as much attention, but at least I could care about it again. The Death Fighter storyline. Because I don't. I believe that when John Moxley loses the world championship, he loses all power and he's off television. And you have Adam Page as your top guy now, and build a company around Adam Page and the new foundation of AEW. After 2 years, now we can start off as a new era for AEW. Finally, a better era where a lot of controversy and everything you went to. Have Adam Page, and you have Adam Page be a legit world champion at this point. Nah, but they didn't do that. They absolutely fuck all. They didn't do that. Adam Page was quite a second act compared to the John Moxley and Darby Allin storyline, which they came back to run again. Which again, if you want to run it, maybe not have John Moxley on television right away after All In, because that was not great. Okay, let me be real here. John Moxley being right back on television, that kills us. It's like Roman Reigns comes back on. It's because it's AEW's biggest payoff storyline ever. It is. Their biggest stadium show they've ever done in the United States. All in the match between Adam Page and John Moxley, the Texas Death Match. It's basically the whole WrestleMania 40 Avenger, the whatever overbooked or whatever the fuck you want to call it, cinema masterpiece that was basically was masterpiece. Probably the greatest main event in WrestleMania. It is the greatest WrestleMania main event. Cry about it. It's not Austin and Rock. It's that because they got more buzz than Austin and Rock did. The buzz that got is off the charts. They kind of nearly got 1 billion views. Because they got 500 million at least. Even Austin and Rock back then would have not gotten 500 million. I mean, they might have gone millions, but again, different time period. Personally, that is just a preference for me, and I would say Austin and Rock is a close second, but I think that is the greatest WrestleMania main event of all time, so go cry about it. The cinematic WrestleMania masterpiece that was. So it would be basically, John Moxley being Roman Reigns in that position or whatever, Roman coming back the next night and confronting Cody after this whole long reign. Your reign ended. You were defeated. You are no longer in charge anymore. The championship is no longer under a briefcase. It's not under a a lock. Now Adam Page freed the championship, took the reins back from John Moxley. Shouldn't John Moxley be on? Shouldn't John Moxley be off television after that? Let's be real here. We gotta just talk about this one right here. Shouldn't John Moxley be off television? No, I guess not. Tony Khan wanted to run that fucking storyline that absolutely was killed off and had no reason of it anymore, bro. The Darby, if you had to do that still, maybe still have John Moxley off television for a month at least. But no, they had John Moxley come out literally the follow up Dynamite to Adam Page. It's basically Roman Reigns came out to Cody Rhodes and he said, I won my rematch. That's it. No, this loss does something to you. You gotta recoup. You gotta recoup yourself. You're not just gonna get your reign's over. And then they had that basically singles match for I don't know what reason. The booking, the abundance of booking is not it, man. It's not it. It's not it. It's just fucking not it. It's not it. It is not it. The abundance of the booking is not it for the show. And the whole storylines they come through with them, they don't work. You can go cry about it if you don't believe they don't work. They don't simply work. The storylines, they're not it. They don't work at all. And I just said all about the Eddie Kingston being involved in that fire storyline. I mentioned it over and over again. Anyways, Big Bill. Big Bill comes out, and his first match over in here for Eddie Kingston, basically. Great reaction for Eddie Kingston. The crowd lost their shit again. It's fucking Eddie. I mean, come on. Eddie Kingston is the most. Eddie Kingston is a guy that you like to listen to because he's real. He has struggles, and the man he throws off, that's him in real life, basically. When a character, when somebody is real and comes off as real and authentic, that character works. Like it regenerates with a lot of people. You can relate that character with every man on the street of New York, basically. Every man in Yonkers, New York, in Bronx, New York, in Brooklyn, down the down not down the streets of Brooklyn, basically. A homeless man living in a van, struggle. The New Yorker struggle, basically. That New Yorker has. Damn. The New Yorker struggle. That's what I'm talking about. The New Yorker struggle. That is. And everybody lives with, I mean, Cross, Eddie Kingston. MJF has never had that kind of character. He's been the rich schmuck, the Jewish rich schmuck, whatever you call him, for what he is. Shalom to MJF, basically. But that was a really cool thing, man. I really liked that whole scenario right there with that moment. Again, with Eddie Kingston coming back again, and how Eddie Kingston just works. Eddie Kingston comes back. He takes off a shirt again. He's wearing a shirt called Claudio Sucks Eggs, which is love to see because again their hate goes back from long-term storytelling. Man, they generally don't like each other. That might be just reality. They don't like each other. I don't know if it's storyline at this point. I'm not sure. Kingston got right in Bill's face. The match got started right away. He unloaded with chops on a big man. Yeah, Eddie Kingston gave him legit chops, and then Big Bill was just no selling him, and the crowd not even reacted to it. I mean, crowd reacted. Oh my god, Big Bill's not doing anything. I guess. But again, as I said, Big Bill got barely any reaction. His entrance got no reaction because he's not it, and he is not in a position to be on the pay-per-view when he's a collision guy. And if you're a collision guy, oh boy, you suck. And oh boy, you are garbage. And it's not on you. You're a great talent. It's not like, and people have this gripe that, oh, we hate the idea of Eddie Kingston versus Big Bill. It's not that. I think that would be, Big Bill's a great talent. Looks great. Presents himself great. He might present himself great. Tony Khan has no intuition in presenting himself great. Tony Khan doesn't care about presenting Big Bill great. What I'm trying to say. Neither did Chris Jericho, who fucking fled off to Fozzy and said, "Fuck what I started. I started this, but hey, I don't care about it. I'm fucking crazy." Whatever when he smashed, he basically smashed the learning tree Tron, the learning Tron, whatever you want to call it, the learning Tron. He smashed that. So that was great thing to see. Nonetheless, whatever that was worth. Nothing great to see. Sorry. Flip of words, man. We're going doing this for a while now, and we're live anyways, so fuck that. It was a great thing to see in terms of I enjoyed it / I didn't. Enjoyed it how bad it is, but then it just wasn't it. So Jericho fled off. No payoff to Big Bill. No putting over Big Bill. I know that I came up with a garbage storyline. That's what Jericho said to him and said to Tony Khan. Hey, Tony, I came up with a garbage storyline. I did this to rub it in fans' faces because I'm getting hate for the past couple of years now. And, yeah. That was it. I have no interest in putting Big Bill over. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go do Fozzy. And Tony Khan, again, no pull, man. A spineless boss who will, I mean, Jericho can go on and say Tony is my boss. I listen to Tony, bro. You don't. You make your own fucking decisions. Nobody has as much as a man in AEW. A woman is Mercedes, definitely. The number one creative control is with Mercedes. But Jericho is literally a close number 1, 2. You don't think Jericho has creative control from the inception of the company? Basically, he was gonna join the. He basically was thinking to join the company when he was at the press conference on that show. That legitimized the company right away. So again, Jericho had no intention of putting over Big Bill. He said the storyline was shit. I don't care. Nobody gave a shit, basically. Yeah. And so, as much no sell Big Bill can do to the chops of Eddie Kingston, but it just doesn't work really for me. Even though it took Kingston a little while to begin making a real comeback, he never stood talking trash. Most of the match was dominated by 7-foot monster, and Brian Keith cheered him off. And this was an okay match, whatever his words. Meh, didn't matter to me. Eddie Kingston got the win, obviously. Kingston's momentum beat him to the canvas. Kingston hit one of the signature spinning back fists, but Big Bill got right back up and mocked him like it was nothing. We're gonna get into the finish, which was quite a botchy finish, and the commentators like, "Oh, did he get all of it? I thought he got none of it. Oh, he did get it. Get something of it. Garbage, basically, on commentary." Thank God Brian was not calling as much on this match because I don't want to shit on Brian. Brian's great. I think Brian was the best part of the commentary in this match because Taz and Excalibur, get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Get the absolute fuck out of here. Not it. Anyways, Kingston had one of the signature back fist. Big Bill got right back, mocked him like it was nothing. The second one hit Bill down for the count, but he had to be barely connected. There we go. First one, he no sold. Second one, he kind of no sold, but he sold. So this match meant nothing really. Eddie Kingston, then Big Bill, Brian Keith attacked Eddie Kingston. Big Bill started to join up with the beat up. The lights went out. You saw the spotlight, the good old, Batman spotlight that Hook gets. Look up in the sky. That's the best thing Tony Schiavone's ever said. That's probably Tony Schiavone's. That was the only entertaining thing about Tony Schiavone so far in AEW has been the look up in the sky. Whatever. Man, like, who gives a fuck about this? Nobody cared about Big Bill. It's not the fact that we don't care about Big Bill. It's the fact the way he's booked, the way he's presented. He was not. Jericho didn't give him a payoff to the storyline. He wasn't elevated. They're just running the same shit with Brian Keith, and it's on Collision. You know why that's Collision? Because Collision is for the dumps, basically. It is garbage. You know why it's on Collision? It's on Collision because it's basically garbage. It's not it. It's majorly garbage. That's why it's on Collision. Again, this meant nothing. Big Bill meant nothing. Again, Big Bill and Eddie Kingston. I'm not. I have no issue with the match. I just have an issue with the presentation of Big Bill, which has been awful. It has been basically borderline fucking awful television on Collision. That's what I would call that. Borderline just garbage at the end of the day. I'm saying garbage again and again. Nonetheless, Big Bill. Again, Big Bill meant nothing, really. And that's what I think, chat. That's what I think, really. Big Bill meant nothing. Big Bill didn't put on. Big Bill or Eddie Kingston's not the problem. Again, it's the way Big Bill has been presented that nobody cares about. And he got no reaction. Moving on. MJF versus Mark Briscoe. Tax? Somebody said takes and tax. Tables and tax, basically. TNT. I did not know his username was Sussex Co Chicken. I didn't know that was his username. Great username. So, anyways, MJF showed up on CMLL Congeso Muenjo Le Lucha Libre. The full name, as you know, Guanjo se Muchendo Le Lucha Libre 92 Anniversario. And obviously, as we know, Takeshita defeated Briscoe on Collision. We're talking their last matches, but nonetheless. And, you know, the funny thing is, I mean, people were, I mean, you saw this all over X. I mean, people were looking at this shit. They were like, holy shit, you know, Big Bill, not Big Bill. My mind's been so wrapped up on Big Bill. I think we gotta move on from that shit. Not Big Bill. MJF. MJF comes out in a Homelander attire. So everybody's like, oh my god. I mean, the whole Cody references started coming. I mean, who cares? It was a cool thing to see. MJF own up to being Homelander. Him coming out. I think it got a really good chuckle out of the crowd in CMLL at CMLL. Obviously, the company's name is Quinjo Munjo Joe de Lucha Libre. But again, a great, you know, a great moment for CMLL and the company. Basically, MJF coming as Homelander. Again, you know what you know what Homelander exactly is if you've seen The Boys. But again, a great moment for MJF coming out of the crowd. You know, CMLL being one of the most prominent wrestling promotions, being around for, again, this is their 92 anniversary of their biggest show. So it was great to see. You know, the company's been around for a really long time. This was the number one company in Mexico until I think Conan, or I'm not sure who was it, but I don't know his name well. But again, he was basically on WWE's Worlds Collide show. He was promoting that, where Rey Mysterio was also on it. That AAA took over. You know, AAA, they took over, and they really went in to put, you know, against the top, you know, corporate, or the number one, the alternative to Cuenjo Muenjo de Lucha Libre, CMLL. I think, if I'm getting the name wrong, I think that's the name, right? I'm not sure. But anyways, to Lucha Libre. Nonetheless, and so that was a great thing to see. Again, MJF lost the championship. I did not see the match. I don't know how great the match was. Mystico got his championship back. It was a great thing for MJF to put over, you know, Mystico in the CMLL biggest show, and Mystico is the number. Mystico is like the most over guy. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how. Layeska or Doctor Hijo Wagner Jr. is that much popular. Or I mean, what's his fucking name? I forget his name. It's crazy. I don't fucking forget his name. El Hijo de Venkingo. I don't know how popular are they, but again, Mystico is I think the number one. He's the most popular star in. He's the most popular star in CMLL. That's what they said basically. So Mystico's being the former Bocce Sin Cara. We don't need to get into that. It'll be a great thing to say Mystico and Hologram main event for WrestleMania, huh? Yeah, and WrestleMania that will be under the 14th Street, New York, basically. EST that Vince McMahon has started his own fucking entertainment company, whatever that is. Moving on. The chicken immediately poured a ton of tacks into the ring before he and MJF even made contact. MJF tried to leave, but Briscoe brought him back to the ring. Both men tried to slam each other on the tacks, but they kept countering to avoid it. They really played into the story here, which again, a lot of people shit on it, and I know Jim Cornette, one of the most guys who fucking can't stand, you know, violent wrestling and, ECW style implements into wrestling matches because Jim Cornette can't stand ECW, basically. We have known that for many years. Nonetheless, so I really like the story built here. How Mark Briscoe was like, "Hey, motherfucker, you are not gonna get in the ring." With the ring being all sacred, I'm gonna lay all the tacks around the ring. I'm gonna lay. That's what he really did there. It's like I'm gonna lay all the tacks around the ring, and I'm gonna make sure that you have no chance of getting away from these tacks. So the tacks are spread all over the ring, in the middle of the ring. They're like MJF was really scared to death, basically. And again, they really sold the story on, both men trying to counter and avoid going into the tacks. And then MJF finally being the sucker he is, using the referee as, the prick and the scumbag he is, the cheating piece of shit he is as character, what he does majority of the times. Using the MJF is a great pro wrestler, but they still don't do this shit at this point. I don't know. I don't know why. I think MJF should just be one of the great pro wrestlers, basically now. Why is MJF stewed to this fucking shit? Tony Khan thinks that MJF is still that guy who was the cool kid that he was 5 years ago. They were building him. No, bro. When he had that cabinet with Moxley and stuff, and then he was in Inner Circle, and where he kind of got through the pinnacle there, but still. And then he was feuding with CM Punk. I mean, and when he became the most hottest thing in 2022, more than Cody Rhodes, I would say. People might say it's Cody Rhodes, but I think it's MJF, the hottest thing in wrestling. It was, the hottest thing in wrestling in 2022 was Cody Rhodes. It was MJF. It was, I would say, MJF majority of 2022 was the hottest thing, but the Bloodline slightly took over right there at the latter half of 2022 with Sami Zayn and the whole Bloodline storyline. The honorary use just really fucking worked. And then you had Cody Rhodes, and then it claimed. These were the 5 major hot acts of 2022, basically, in a nutshell. But again, MJF, Tony Khan thinks that again MJF is this. I think MJF is far beyond this now. MJF is far beyond these low-level insults, these cheap tacks. I mean, we have seen his babyface run. He fucking killed it. He put on probably one of his best matches ever. When MJF is probably one of the best professional wrestlers in wrestling today. But again, they don't let you see that. They don't let MJF just wrestle. They don't. They're running with the same old fucking shit of him being the scumbag. Which at this point, we need some change out of that. Can we not get the same thing? He's not this. He's not this young upcoming kid anymore, dude. He's nearly a 30-year-old man now, who's not facing CM Punk as CM Punk being his hero. I'd actually like to see an MJF and Adam Copeland storyline. I think there's a lot of story to that, and I would love to see that where if they can get to that. That would definitely, and then eventually when MJF ends up in a WWE, Randy Orton, and against CM Punk. Get the fuck out of here. We're gonna get MJF and CM Punk. But again, that whole, storyline, basically. You love to see stuff like this. You love to see stuff like this. But again, MJF, those low-level insults, they don't work. They don't work anymore. They're not entertaining. They're just like, okay, I have seen MJF do this so many times. It's just becoming like, he started this run, he's turned heel, and then the whole Adam Cole storyline was really weird because we were supposed to take that MJF as the bad guy and Adam Cole's the good guy, which is some fucking atrocious bullshit. And that really fucked up MJF for me personally. Bro, that feud that we don't need to get into the whole that conclusion that Tony Khan had them run back that feud, and how he switched the roles and he thought it's gonna work. MJF when he kind of did this stuff with Adam Page was fine, but again to me MJF needs definitely a character change because MJF is a great pro wrestler. I think he needs to lean into that and more into the scumbag tactics because we've been seeing this for the past 6 years. I mean, he's not this youngster kid anymore. He's a nearly 30-year-old man now. We can see MJF be one of the best pro wrestlers in AEW. Work on that word, where the best wrestle, instead of being scumbag. You keep on running with this whole scumbag shtick, man, it's not working. It's not working. It's really stale at this point. I'm not like, I don't like it. I don't. The tactics he does to win the world to try to win the world title, I think they should eventually end it. And I would think if they end it, I think he needs a big payoff to end this whole scumbag character, and that ends at All In, where he loses to Darby Allin for the world championship. Because Will Ospreay is not making it to All In. His surgery might be successful, but I believe he's definitely missing All In. That's what the motive is out there. Maybe he does, I'm not sure. But Darby Allin might be the one that wins the AEW World Championship from MJF and ends the reign of Pinnacle, which Pinnacle is a faction that's coming back. Just slowly wait about it, man. That's fucking coming back. Two things exactly, again, as I said, about MJF. So, this whole scumbag stuff, that whole segment with him and Tony, not it. Tony was really mic'd up. Nonetheless, I mean, Tony Khan was really mic'd up with that old storyline. I mean, mic'd up to a point exactly was like, okay, I get it. You're mic'd up, Tony. I understand that, sure. What the hell, guys? You know what? I'm just gonna move this right across here. But nonetheless, Tony again was really mic'd up for that whole storyline. But again, I would say, the situation of Tony Khan or whatever. Had a power outage, man. What the fuck's going on, guys? Holy shit. Sorry, guys. I don't know. Again, as I said, Tony Khan was really mic'd up, basically. Top tier mic'd up. I think we're probably getting end of the show, end of this show at least. Alright, let's get into the match again. MJF used the sucker marker so he could slam him up for the first time. And then the story they built in this match was a great match. I think it was a great match. We're gonna be getting into Jon Moxley and Darby Allin. Holy shit, can't wait to bury that shit down the fucking hatchet. Into some tax and added extra punishment. And caused the first blood to spill. MJF forced a bunch of attacks into Mark Briscoe's magic and pure fucking indie level garbage, but again, whatever. It's MJF. decked him in the face, but MJF was finally dropped on the tacks with a back body drop. The crowd and Danielson cheered. Again, I get it. MJF's character really works off of him being a scumbag, and people like the idea of MJF getting, being fucked up by somebody, basically. So, it was cool to see that shit. But again, as I said, MJF, I think we already know that he's one of the best fucking wrestlers they've got. They don't acknowledge it. Bryan Danielson calls him the most overrated pro wrestler. Get the fuck out of here, man. Most overrated pro wrestler. Bryan, like, I know he's literally speaking in terms of character, but like, are you fucking kidding me? You want me to believe? Bryan doesn't. Bryan knows for a fact that MJF. Bryan had one of his best matches in AEW with MJF. Probably the greatest Iron Man match ever, generally, in Iron Man matches wrestling history, basically. I really think that whole scenario was whatever it was worth, basically. But again, Bryan, Bryan has the right to feel how he does. I'm not gonna bury Bryan for what he feels and how he feels according to things he does. That's his own feelings, basically. But if you really be really real with him, and it's not out of character, I mean, MJF's one of the best pro wrestlers out there. MJF is, again, that's what it's said. That I think this whole I am your scum, this, MJF is a scumbag. MJF is a piece of shit. MJF will do dirty tactics. That thing has run its core. I don't think that thing needs to be. I think there's a payoff to it finally, and the only payoff is to MJF getting his second world championship, and then losing that match to whoever they have, either Darby or Will Ospreay, because MJF will be beating Adam Page, and we'll be getting a Swerve Strickland Adam Page program coming up again, because Tony's gonna run that shit back. Tony will be stupid not to run that shit back. He will get. Why would he not? He will get so much eyeballs on his product again, basically, on Dynamite. I mean, than he usually does. Nonetheless, this was designed to be a bloody fight, not a good wrestling match. So, judging something like this is tricky. Was this good on fundamental levels? I mean, sure, to some degree. But was it good as a series of violent spots designed to pop the crowd? Absolutely. I'm gonna just kind of break down to somebody here, Bleacher Report here. I'm gonna put emphasis on this, but again, I would say it was a story told match for the sake of it. It was really violent, and nothing on this show could have mattered after this fucking violence, basically. And how much times they went to the fucking taps is insane. It was not a great. It was not a. It was not a wrestling match. It was a great wrestling fight. A great wrestling blood match, basically. A great wrestling Extreme Rules or something along the hardcore match. It was not a wrestling match. It was not. It's not AEW's cup of what they are actually meant for. The wrestling, how wrestling goes in AEW. Well, I think it was good on fundamental. It had really good fundamentals, and I think it was a great for what story they told in that match, back to back with MJF and how they started it with, again, Briscoe laying all those tacks around the ring, and having MJF being scared to death that you fucked up. You mentioned his brother. He's gonna kill you now. He got a shot at you. Tony Khan screwed you over. You're done, buddy. And then eventually, when MJF went through the tax or whatever, and then again, great stuff. I would just say MJF's character is run its course, basically. We need to fucking agree on that. The Hurt Syndicate stuff might have made it substantial enough to care about it, but they went nowhere with the Hurt Syndicate, basically. They buried that shit, basically. I don't know what the fuck happened with that. Bobby Lashley, the Hurt Syndicate had no interest in fucking, you know, confronting MJF, because, I mean, how stupid could they be? Who do you think? Why did Ricochet attack you? They attacked you because MJF paid them off to cost you the championships. That's why. So you're not going to confront MJF? I hope Bobby Lashley does, so we can get back to that storyline. Definitely we need to, because it's a fucking travesty. There is no fucking payoff to it, basically, at the end of the day. And I'm not it for it, man. If you have no payoff to your wrestling storylines, that's a fucking problem, man. That's a fucking problem when you have no payoff to your storylines. I don't like stuff like that generally. I think it's not it. But again, I don't know where to go from that. We're gonna get into we're not gonna even talk about that. This is an all out show. Again, designed to be vilified. Nobody will call this match man of the night, but it might be one of the most memorable for many people. Again, I think and this is a breakdown again. Let's say MJF started looking desperate after the tombstone onto the attack covered chair. Didn't put the chicken away. Means Briscoe. MJF started looking desperate after the tombstone attack covered chair. Didn't put the chicken away. Briscoe put MJF through a table with a froggy bow, and he hit a second one. And they finished on with a J Driller for the pin and the win. I think it was a great match. It delivered for story, what they were looking for. But again, after this, there's no fucking thing you're gonna make me unless what I mentioned here again. Unless if John Moxley did not and cannot jump off the fucking social bank and rafters, nothing was gonna give two shits about anything hardcore on this match because we already got a lot of hardcore shit anyways. Killed it for the night because what was going to come up with John Moxley and Darby Allin, which guys, bear with me how much I'm going to bury that because we're gonna get into that again from basically what it's worth. We're gonna be getting that how much basically whatever the fuck that's worth. But can't wait to bury that. But again, MJF lost, and this is good because now you have solidified Mark Briscoe in a position where now people can even take it more seriously. He beat the longest AEW World Champion ever. One of AEW's, I think he is on AEW's Mount Rushmore at the end of the day, and you can be a fucking idiot if you don't believe that. Probably the greatest gimmick and the greatest star, the most over wrestler ever. Even outside, I won't say as over as Sting, but since the days of Sting in WCW, that over. That's how much MJF. That's how much MJF was fucking over with the crowd. Basically, since the days of Sting, outside outside the Titan Tower, outside the Fed of World Wrestling Entertainment. But still, basically, I think that's what I give my credit to MJF. He is probably since the days of Sting. We're talking outside the Connecticut base World Wrestling Federation, and Hulk Hogan does not count because Sting is the homegrown WCW star, as MJF's the homegrown AEW star, and he was the most over thing in '97. I would say Sting. How I would say what Sting. I would say Sting was more over than Austin, right? At first, Austin was on the cusp of Sting. He was. He was really close to it. But Sting was really over, man. We know that for a fucking fact. So since the days of Sting, MJF basically took that mantle finally after those many years. The most over professional wrestler in professional wrestling in 2022 and in 2023. Cry about it. Go fucking cry about it, bro. Not even close. The most over wrestler in 2022 and in 2020. In entirely the professional wrestling industry. That's how much over MJF was and how much mainstream attention he got at AEW. MJF, literally, bro, that MJF run, the 2022-2023 run is magical. Love that stuff. It's a world championship run, that's basically, but again, started off with that CM Punk feud with the pipe bomb. Build it up from the heels of 2021 to then the 2020 early 2022 the feud with Punk, and then the putting over Wardlow, the whole MJF didn't make his appearance, the show, and then MJF really came out and cut a fucking pipe bomb on Tony Khan and said, fire me, basically probably top 3 as a wrestling promo of all time feud. It's top 5, bro. I'm sorry, it is. How much that got AEW like holy shit. That was one of the. I mean, the thing is, AEW doesn't have that anymore. The excitement that they did before. That's why people. You got sickos out there. You got fucking mentally ill sickos, retards out there, basically saying that AEW's best year ever. I mean, maybe for their metrics and where that they did it as a gate, their largest gate ever. Sure, WWE puts those numbers out there. In All In, they did probably their greatest gate in the United States. Makes sense because this was the greatest. They didn't sell that shit out. For the first half of the show felt hollow because the crowd was absolutely dead. They didn't care about anything they gave on the show basically until it was Swerve, Strickland, Osprey, and Bucks, or the EVPs and the Bucks. The EVPs and Swerve and Osprey basically. That's when it really got down to it. The Bucks and Osprey. The Bucks versus Swerve and Osprey. I'm talking about. That's it. So the card they give 2 shits. But again, you got a sickos out there who absolutely think that this is AEW's best year. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. I get the absolute. Take your fucking little, try to take a little magic wand and get the fuck out of what to say? Tinkerbell, whatever, town, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Basically, whatever. Get the absolute fuck out of here with this whole notion of that you make you this might you what your opinion is, but no, it's not it. Basically, it could be your opinion. I'm not judging you for being wrong, but again, this is not AEW's greatest year. How much Tony Khan might say again, gate is gate for what it is, but they barely fit people in a fucking. They have not been in. They've been residencies. You know why they're in residencies? Because they're scared. Because what happened to them last year, and the heels of 2023, where we saw Adam Copeland's debut, and then Adam Copeland was literally in an arena which was majorly empty, basically on Collision. Missing the how much you firing CM Punk took away from your audience, and a lot of your audience stopped watching the product, basically, when you fired CM Punk. But nonetheless, AEW, I think they're not their greatest year. We're not gonna do that. We're talking about MJF, and personally, to me, their greatest year ever is either 2021 and their first Wembley show, because the amount of buzz that Adam Cole and MJF got, bro, they were on hot ones. What are we talking here? Even in 2021, I would never have in my wildest imagines they were mainstream pop. The All in Wembley is the most buzz AEW ever got. Okay, definitely. I mean, you are a fucking clueless idiot if you don't believe that. That is one of AEW's peak popularities. All in Wembley, 2023. Obviously, was a shit show with what came off the heels of All in Wembley, but the first one, All in Wembley. But CM Punk and Jack Perry situation, but still, I would say it's worth for where the fuck it was worth. Again, as I said, MJF putting over Mark Briscoe was great for what it was because MJF needed to do that. You need to solidify. You can't have after months of storyline implement into this whole thing since June or May, basically at this point, right? After I think since June, right? Since June is where it started. After a few months of this whole build, you needed to blow off. You needed to blow off finally, and they delivered with that. They fucking delivered. So I'm not gonna take that away from them. There was a lot of abundance of, you know, extreme ECW, a bunch of fucking, GCW garbage basically. or GCW, whatever spots and the stuff they did, the tax and the whole the death match, whatever the death match stuff. It was not a death match, but again the tax, basically stuff like that. It was too much to a point that again I would say, getting betting my point exactly to that fucking point there. I could give two shits about um I could give two shits about the coffin match basically, and we're gonna be getting into that for sure. Again, great thing that MJF put over Briscoe. Now Briscoe solidified, and now Briscoe can move on to better status with AEW. The Hudson versus the Demand, which is a fucking whatever name that is. I got the name right finally. Obviously, as you know, Total Leona was defeated by Bobby Lashley on September to Never Remember. Whoever said this is September to remember, bro, you're not remembering that show unless you weren't in the crowd on that night. Basically, I think even if you weren't in the fucking crowd, you're not remembering the show. It's a forgettable show, just not for a viewer watching. The only show that I absolutely still remember from this year, the shows I can remember, Fight for Fallen that they did in Ashton, North Carolina, where they were donating to that charity when Adam Copeland came back and reunited with started teaming up with FTR, and Adam Copeland went head to head to take out John Moxley, the Death Riders. That was one of the shows that I can remember. And then it was the one that they did with Fight Brawl, something it was called. I don't know what it's called. It was Rampage. It was Fire Team. And then it was the one they did it. Excuse me. And it's probably the one they did. It's not remembered because of I don't remember the show basically. It was the most memorable I would say for me personally is Spring Break, where they went head to head with Nitro, and Tony Khan proved everybody right when he proved everybody right being a fucking clueless idiot and just sticking it to Eric Bischoff. That's what it was. That's what it was basically was. He said, Eric, fuck you. I am the #1 show on TNT and TBS. I have eclipsed Nitro. So get the fuck out of here. AEW has eclipsed Nitro, and it was to stick it to Bischoff. That you went off with and they put up a great show, the best show of the year. There has not been one fucking show close to that. So cry about it, Sickos again. Again, this whole narrative, the weekly shows, they're not great, okay? The best show they put up, and again, why they put that show up? Because this was the day they beat Monday Nitro as the longest running wrestling television show on cable with Turner Broadcast and Warner Brothers in TBS and TNT. That's why they did it. Even though, if it wasn't for that, I don't know if we would have had that great of a show this year. But that Spring Break show, you gotta. I mean, I don't care what if you're in chat not even understand this, but that Spring Break show was the best show of the year. That show was better than Monday Night Raw in that week. I watched Raw. Raw was boring, except that Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, and CM Punk segment. Raw was fucking boring, really, majorly. That was the go home show we got from Monday Night Raw for Road to WrestleMania. That show stank, basically. I'm sorry, it did. And this is how much I would say that I'm praising something again. You won't probably be like, oh my god, praising AEW Dynamite? Because I've shit on AEW Dynamite mostly. Yes, I'm praising them because they put up a great show. I think did a live stream on this. I'm not sure. You can go check it out on my live streams, basically. Catalog or whatever. You can go check that shit out. I did a live stream on this. September? It's not September to remember. Spring Break, the one they went head to head, not head to head, the one they gave the FU to Eric Bischoff and said, hey, we are now the longest running episodic wrestling television on Turner Broadcast. Fuck you, Bischoff. And we had, and they, and the show they put on was an FU to Bischoff. AEW is so great. That basically was the show to say to the fans, we are still great, and because that show proved to me one thing. It was to shove it in Bischoff's face, to shove it in WWE Shield's face, shove it in wrestling fans' faces that AEW is still great and we can put up a great show. But what else proved to me? That Spring Break show, that Tony Khan can put a fucking great show like that. But he chooses not to. He chooses to be lazy and absolutely just book wrestling matches that he's basically fucking jerking himself off to at the end of the day. You know, Meltzer creamed his pants, sure. Tony jerks, jizzes, Meltzer creams his pants with just watching those 5-star matches. Generally, we know that, especially if it's Tokyo Dome. God damn, those pants must be creamed as hell. Definitely, Medusa wasn't sitting on him. Or Masuda wasn't. I just break myself, man. I just broke myself. If you get that reference of Medusa and how I put Medusa and Meltzer into this, oh, if you get it, you get it basically. But again, I will say, you know, great stuff. See how much I put over this again, and but I will put negative. I'll bring negativity out of this as well. That show exists, and that proved to me that Tony can put up a great show, but he doesn't. All he cares about is great wrestling. He is basically a fellow sicko. He has become a sicko. Before he wasn't. He felt like a booker. He felt like a promoter. Now he feels like a fucking sicko. When those comments to Chris Van Vliet's video, I made a video out there. You can go check it out. Tony Khan has ruined AEW or something. I made a video out there. That's the title. It's I think a couple months old, maybe now a few months old now. I'm not sure, but go check it out if you can on my channel. Definitely, would appreciate get more support on that video because I will tell you this. It's not. I mean, I'm not much about it, but still, it's whatever it is. If it, it'll be really great to you it'll be really great for me to see a lot of support from you guys on that video. Basically, just go check it out if you have the time to. But again, exactly, Tony, you know, myself and Medusa and Meltzer. Medusa sitting on Meltzer's lap. You get that reference. You got to check out some wrestling news observers. You guys should check out FW for video, whatever they talked about it or whatever. And Meltzer and Medusa, they were actually Medusa was on the show and she was talking to Meltzer. So it's just a little thing out there that I just wanted to kind of break my fucking self over that, man. Holy shit. Nonetheless, that still kind of breaks me, but you know how I put that. I'm sorry. I don't know why I find it so funny that I literally find it funny that I fucking did this basically. But nonetheless, moving on from Meltzer and Medusa, we're not going to talk about them. But again, Meltzer, you know, basically creaming his own pants. I want to give you Medusa reference there. Even Medusa was sitting on his lap won't cream his pants as much as 5-star match in a Tokyo Dome would do. Or as much seeing Will Ospreay versus who would I put out there? As much seeing Will Ospreay versus Takeshita would do. Or Will Ospreay versus Okada would do to Jay Meltzer. Or a 4-way between Okada, Ospreay, Omega, and Takeshita would do. Neither you need to know more, man. I think I've explained you more than ever, basically. So again, Tony Khan he got his fucking cock out of his pants and he's fucking jizzing himself, basically. Fucking masturbating doing these matches. He gets pleasured by them. It's a way to give you a take. Tony Clown gets pleasured by these matches. He is legit. He's more than ever this year, and people don't see him out for this fucking garbage. He's running a fucking indie book fed. Before it was just people spewing hate. Now it's realistic, man. It's out there. It's every single Dynamite trios match. Bro, wrestling matches with no fucking emotion. I don't care about a trios match. I don't care about a I don't care about a 8-man tag. I don't care about the all-star tags. I don't care about the abundance of money matches, which don't mean fuck all nothing. Basically, Tony Khan is admitting, oh, hey, I'm the richest man, and I'm the Mr. Beast of pro wrestling. I feel like Tony Khan has just run with that fucking narrative that he says that I'm the Mr. Beast of pro wrestling. Whatever. So moving on. Again, that whole scenario I'm going to talk about again and again with that situation basically. Tony Khan would be jizzing himself off to that shit if we get into that over and over again. But hey, it's what it is. Tony Khan is gonna do that at the end of the day. But again, these matches mean nothing. No emotion, no care, nothing. The matches on Spring Break, they meant something. They were Owen Hart tournament matches. The debut of Josh Alexander, first of all, was a great show. The best show they put on this all year. And they had the worst pay per view in their history of their company ever, in being AEW Dynasty. Never I have ever gotten so mad at a pay per view that AEW's put out that I have literally wanted to throw a fucking glass on my television screen, bro. That's how much absolutely that Bucks coming out and screwing Swerve ending really was. And Bucks absolutely had nothing to do with the Death Riders. Why are they out here to help the Death Riders, apparently? Why do they care about this in the first place? They flee away because Brandon Cutler was about to get his fucking hand smashed in by a damn pipe. They were gonna beat the shit out of Brandon Cutler, and the Bucks flew away. I mean, going back to again the story going back to weekly television here. You know, so the whole and still that's another storyline. You want to go back there? You want to go check that out? I mean, that I did because holy shit, I mean, you can check my rant on that show. That is the worst AEW pay per view ever. They had the best Dynamite episode this year, and they had their worst AEW pay per view this year in the same month. It's crazy. Moving on. Again, this man absolutely. I'm not gonna go over this because it's a fun match. It's a good match. It's a fun match. I would call it. It's a good match. It was a fun match. It was competitive. It was a really fun match here and there. Benjamin MVP were having their first match since I guess they're talking about an indie event, whatever. MVP started for his team. Again, MVP has not wrestled in a while on a major level television show. I think since his WWE days, basically, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, Obliged for a moment tagged out. Anything could actually happen. Bishop Khan, and MVP grappled and traded some shots. Is it Khan or Khan? I don't know. Whatever. I call him Khan. And traded some shots before Benjamin tagged in. After Lashley tagged in, Ricochet came in and mocked him. He tried to unload on him with some body shots that appeared to have no effect. The Almighty helped up for vertical suplex for a long time. Hurt Syndicate had the upper hand until the Demand cornered MVP, and Demand being the Gates of Agony, Total Leona, Bishop Khan, and Ricochet. Trevor, basically. Trevor. And whatever. Sorry, Trevor. Second, I broke myself. Kept him isolated for a while as they worked as his bad leg. Once Benjamin got the tag, he started suplexing and throwing all three opponents around the ring, sometimes two at the same time. So it's basically a fun match, quite back and forth with again the tags and stuff between these guys. I would say. this was the first match I will tell you. I didn't give two shits about it. I didn't. I'm not into the storyline because I mentioned again, where the fuck did the MJF and Bobby Lashley program go, huh? Where did MJF and Bobby Lashley storyline go? Where did that go? Nowhere. They dropped it in some ways. You made Bobby Lashley, the Hurt Syndicate, look like a fucking bunch of fucking idiots, bro. They look like they look like goons and just buffoons, not knowing that they know that MJF is the reason they lost their tag team championships. Why would they not go out? Chat, listen here. Chat, if you understand this, and if you are not a mentally ill sicko, I'm not talking to, if you get it really, you understand the storyline. I'm not like, I'm not shooting this out of my ass. This is what we saw on television, basically on Dynamite. MJF screwed over Hurt Syndicate for the tag team championships. Now, would it not make sense for Bobby Lashley and Hurt Syndicate to go after MJF instead? But again, I guess they were running the still shit with Mark Briscoe, so that went sideways and fuck all, nothing mattered really for that, basically. But I hope something goes off for that because I mean they fucking dropped it basically. The whole MJF and Bobby Lashley program got dropped basically. I think but now Mark Briscoe getting put over by MJF. I think we're gonna be heading into MJF and I think that's the plan. I am not sure if that's the plan, but we might be seeing a new member added into the Hurt Syndicate. It being Kevin Knight would be a great fit because the whole fucking Jet Speed tag team doesn't work. I mean, Brian Danielson's kid's favorite, might be Buddy's favorite tag team, but I'm sorry, bro. Buddy, I'm sorry, Buddy. Buddy's adorable, but I'm not. But as a real man, it don't work. If you really watch consecutively, you know it doesn't work. It is a thrown away tag team. Speedball Mike Bailey has been brought in to do this basically, and he could have been killing it on NXT. And you don't think Triple H would see Speedball Mike Bailey and really put him on and have him go running with Carmelo Hayes on a SmackDown, and have Speedball Mike Bailey maybe want to be one of the guys who beat Sami Zayn for the United States Championship? You'd be a fucking idiot, man. Basically, Speedball is a great talent. Speedball and Mustafa Ali, the storyline they had last year. I think Mustafa Ali went out there on Chris Van Lee's podcast and said one of the best things he's done in his career, basically, and how that angle worked out for whatever he had. And he loved working with Mike Bailey. He loved working with Bailey. That was funny, actually. We said Bailey. They're like, oh, Bailey. No, no, not that Bailey. Mike Bailey. Again, Mike Bailey is great, but the way this company has put him in this position, I could care two. I could give two shits about Mike Bailey because his tag team is thrown away. This tag team is not legit. And if I mean, again, real with myself, I'm not a kid. I'm a little kid like Buddy, who's gonna be. Oh my god, kid's gonna be a kid, bro. Kids love some stuff. But when you're a grown wrestling fan and you're watching this as a product, you're watching this as a viewer, you know that it's not it. It's not it. This is not it, and this is not working. Sorry, it's not. I think we'll be moving on from this match anyways. Again, I didn't give two shits about this match again. The Hurt Syndicate won, I believe. They won, I think? Or, sorry, the New Demand. But again, I didn't care about it. I think, yeah, Ricochet took the pin and defeated MVP. MVP took the pin which was, again, it was competitive. It was a fun match. You know, I would like the Trios Championships on the Hurt Syndicate than fucking Ops now at this point. That's just me being me. But again, whatever. I guess we're done with the whole. I guess we're gonna get a match with a blow off with Bobby Lashley and Ricochet eventually. But I hope we can get back to the fucking storyline of MJF and Bobby Lashley, and MJF now getting his comeuppance from Bobby Lashley. basically. Because let's be real, we know why they lost those tag team championships. Moving on. Riho. What the fuck did I say that? I know I just laughed myself almost. I laughed my fucking ass off saying Riho. Anyways, Riho and Mercedes Money. Riho came back. Recently, she was in a tag team match with I went over that on I think on the Wrestling is Spade's podcast. You can go check it out. It was live done basically. I don't think the full episode's out, but it's on the platform known as Riverside. It's a great platform, man, to be on generally. But again, Riho defe- uh, uh, she defeated Robin Renegade. That's something else. But again, Riho and Alex Winza, as we know as her, Winza. And they've really gone back to that Budweiser commercial from the 90s where it was like, "What's up?" Now it's Winza. She's kind of over with the act Winza. Basically, the Winza is the best thing about her because other than that, her personality is she basically has no personality except the Winza. And again, that woman's gorgeous as fuck. Damn, Osprey hits that thing good. Well, good for Willie Boy, bro. Good for Billy Boy. Billy Boy hit Billy Boy knows what he's doing. Definitely. You know, he tweeted something out there. I don't want to fucking quote that out, but nonetheless, you got that a whole match with Windsor and Alex Windsor and Riho versus Emi Sakura and Mercedes Moné, and both Emi Sakura and Mercedes Moné tapped. I think Emi Sakura took the tap, and she was the one who Mercedes was not. Mercedes did not lose. It was Emi Sakura who tapped out. Mercedes might have lost, but not she was not the one who actually was the reason they lost. I mean, she tapped, but her tap didn't do anything. It was Emi Sakura. Nonetheless, this was a match nobody fucking cared about. If you really be realistic here, and you really thought that Riho had any fucking chance in winning, let's be real, man. We know when Mercedes dropping the belt, and I hope she's dropping it to to this person, Willow Nightingale. It needs to revolve back into Willow to be Willow Nightingale again. It should revolve back to being Willow Nightingale. There's nobody she should drop that championship. It can be Megan Bayne, basically. I can see them doing that. I can. I don't see because Chris Chandler is now the AEW Women's World Champion. She's gonna get that match really soon. But it has to be Willow Nightingale and or Megan Bay. I really want to see Willow Nightingale because it's story back into their first encounter, and I think Mercedes broke her foot, right, and then them facing off at Double or Nothing where Mercedes won the TBS championship. So it'll be a great thing to see. To the payoff of now Willow Nightingale getting that championship back from Mercedes, finally. But if they do Megan Bayne, I don't really fucking care about that. But again, we're getting to the end, folks, but we're not getting to the end yet. So hold your brakes on that. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if we're getting to the end yet. But nothing will happen. You need to bet your fucking $1 million buck. You can bet on DraftKings that Mercedes Moné is not losing that championship before Wrestle Dream. Maximize it as much you want. She is not losing that championship before Wrestle Dream. She ain't. So she might be. Wrestle Dream is just around the corner. So again, I would say she might be losing it sooner. But again, she's not losing that championship before Wrestle Dream still. So let me just put that shit out there. Again, this match was really technical based. Mercedes worked on Riho a lot, little high flying action. I'm not gonna. Guys, I have no fucking time to go over this shit really. It was a bunch of roll up submissions right from the start. Neither woman could gain a clear advantage. Crowd was into it, I guess. I gave two shits about this match basically. And the same match I gave two shits about was Hurt City. That was a fun match. This was a technical fun match. But again, it just fell short. It wasn't nothing crazy. It was not some master class that people thought it would be. Riho and Mercedes Moné was a okay match. Okay, we're moving on from this. We're not gonna even talk about it. This is just a filler, in my opinion. I'm sorry, Riho was great at what she does, but I'm not going. I'm not going over this shit. I'm not. You knew Monet was gonna retain. Moving on from this, basically. Okada, Konosuke Takeshita, and Mascara. A lot of people naming this as being the fucking match of the night, man. And you know what? Rightfully so. I would absolutely fucking agree with a lot of people. It being the match of the night, and why it was the match of the night. I could absolutely agree with you why it was match of the night, basically. Um, but it was a great showing for a lot of. I mean, it's a great showing for Dorada. I would say it was a great match. It's a great match. The spots are there, the climax to the finish was a great match. Holy shit, guys! Sorry with that. Anyways, it was a great match nonetheless. What the fuck am I doing? Anyways, my bad, guys. Nonetheless, it was a great match nonetheless. But again, whatever. Moving on. Let's break down the match now. It's a great match. It was a great match. The final climb. I think the best match spot of the match was the crowd absolutely lost their fucking mind when and everybody did watching at home and watching as a viewer when Dorada did the double moonsault. Dorada's a great pro wrestler. That's what this was a showcase for Mascara Dorada. That's the reason he was in this fucking match. And that's the reason they have Dorada be in this match instead of having the Frank the Attorney or whatever, Beast Mortos, you know? Well, as we know, that why Mercedes was like, hey Tony, don't put Mortis on this match because she didn't want Mortos to lose, basically. And Tony came up with Mascara and Mascara was a good show off in the match, basically. Anyways, the match got started with all three men going after each other right away. Takeshita was sent out of the ring, so Dorada, it was just back and forth. This is a really funny thing. Takeshita was sent out of the ring, and then then so Okada and Dorada traded moves for a bit, and once Big Take was Big Take Takeshita was back in. Okada took a breather at ringside, and then Okada was thrown outside. First Takeshita was thrown outside, and then Okada was thrown outside. Even though both men are members of the Doncast family, really felt like Okada and Takeshita were doing anything to help each other. It was pure competition. It was made for a more exciting match. They kept a steady pace throughout the entire match. Never felt like it was a full in action unless someone had a submission hold locked in. It definitely felt like Dorada had worse odds in the bout, but it was also the most exciting to watch. It took a long time before Takeshi and Okada had a longer sequence together, but once they did, the crowd was loving it. Again, it was a lot of great action. Go over that. More exciting than the fist. They did a they did a good job making us question who would win. Dorada was the star of this match. Definitely, as I said, a great showcase for Mascara Dorada and showing him outside being and showing to a lot of mainstream fans to the product that it was quite the show off for Mascara Dorada to a lot of uh, mainstream wrestling fans who are tuning into All Out, basically. The mainstream product fans for professional wrestling was quite a show off for Dorada, and showing off the Dorada as one of the best luchadors out there, basically. Up there with Bandito, at least. Nonetheless, Bandito. Let's call him Bandito. Goddamn, I got a snot up there, guys. Fucking hell. You know, it's getting cold up here. Goddamn fall season, man. Fucking ridiculous. September already. Fucking ridiculous, man. Moving on. Almost the most exciting thing to watch. He was, again. It took a long time for Takeshi and Okada had a longer sequence together. Once they did, the crowd was loving it. Second half of the match, exciting. They did a good job making us question who would win. Dorada was starting the match, as I said again. Really back and forth action, great lucha action in it. Okada, character work was on great stuff, I would say, as always it usually is. He really has really developed into a character role in AEW than more if he was a wrestler over there in New Japan. He's not the same Okada of what he was in New Japan. Sorry for the people who don't fucking could agree with that, but that's the fucking case. But again, it was a great match. Okada defeated Dorada and Takeshita, and I think definitely was an amazing match. Was not an excellent match, but was definitely an amazing match. Possibly, if you would have, if not the best match of the night, basically. It's a great match, great showcase for Mascara Dorada, putting him over in front of a mainstream audience, a mainstream crowd, a mainstream um, crowd watching, viewers watching, basically, and getting to know Mascara Dorada and how great he is and how great of a professional wrestler Mascara Dorada is. I already know he's great, but still, I mean, this was a great show. This is one of the best showcases. This is probably Mascara Dorada's best AEW showcase I've ever seen, basically. So Mascara Dorada felt like a fucking top, the way they showcased him was great, basically. Again, Okada defeated Dorada and Takeshita. He pinned, I believe, he pinned Dorada, right? Yeah. All right, let's get into this shit, man. Oh, guys, we're back. We're back with this shit, huh? Aren't we? Holy shit. Wait a second, man. Holy shit, man. Anyways, guys, let's get into this. You want to take care of something? I'm gonna hold back to it and wait for it. Sorry for Death Riders. back at it. Back at it, definitely. Minus 16.0 decibels, bro. What the fuck's going on? Why is it minus? Because basically, I'm an anxiety patient, I would say, but I get anxieties, panic attacks. So we're at it again. Basically, the ninth match of the show being Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin, the coffin match. We have already gone over how absolutely no one cares about this, actually. Let's be realistic here. Nobody, I think, in their right mind gives two shits about this. If they did, I mean, they'd be lying to you. You honestly have a perspective of a wrestling fan to believe that what they were building last year with the Darby and Moxley storyline, okay, they have Darby go out, basically. They write Darby off so he can climb Mount Everest in December of last year. We don't see Darby until July, means All In, Texas. Darby gets written off before World's End. Darby Allin is not shown since that moment, basically. And basically, I would say Darby Allin not being shown was quite the abundance. That's series of stuff. Fucking ridiculous, huh? Darby Allin was not shown since then. And again, as I explained this to if Chad, you understand this really well as a wrestling fan, you would get this noted, you would get this motion out there. You understand where I'm coming from when I say this again and again. Darby Allin, man, was sorry, Jon Moxley. Jon Moxley. It's again if you see Roman lose at what would I say? SummerSlam or whatever? Whatever, you would see Roman lose, basically. That's what this basically would be. If you would have seen Roman Reigns lose. Um, the yeah, again, if you have Roman Reigns come out the night after losing to Cody, putting over Cody at WrestleMania 40, that was the cinematic greatest WrestleMania main event of all time. That's my opinion, and my opinion only. And if I don't care what anybody thinks, really, basically, I think it's the greatest WrestleMania main event of all time. They're up to par with other main events that I could mention on the show, but other than that, I mean, it is honestly the greatest WrestleMania main event of all time. Just how cinematic and well done it was, visual and the visual, the feels. No main event. Let's be real here, man. No main event has ever made you feel this way. People were crying. The amount of emotions in that main event is insane. The amount of emotions that you went through in that main event. It is a definitely one of the most greatest main events, and it is the greatest because there's no one match, no main event in WrestleMania has had me feel that many emotions ever. So that's just my opinion. So basically, you got Roman dropping the belt to Cody. Roman comes out the next night and challenges Cody again. That's what we got. Jon Moxley. What I'm giving you an example here. Jon Moxley, his reign and the whole fucking thing ending with the idea of the briefcase and all that comes to an end finally, and Moxley goes out with a bang or scenarios about situations, basically. No, that did not happen. Moxley did not go out. Moxley still showed his power on television, which is like, it, this ended all control you had. You were like, we are in control of AEW. You lost the symbol of being control of AEW. You are not the end all be all anymore. Shouldn't you be off television, taking time off now? I guess if this was a, if you really tell from a story perspective, nobody, you're not John Cena, Moxley. Let's be real. When did you get the grip of never give up? You fell, bro. Your reign fell. You fell. Your faction fell. Your group fell. And you're not supposed to be on television. You killed. They absolutely killed any purpose of that whole, their own WrestleMania 40 cinematic wrestling main event. Just basically ton of emotions going through people's heads again. They did that again, the WrestleMania 40 style. They did that for WrestleMania 40, and they absolutely didn't follow up with it. You killed all those emotions. Those emotions meant absolutely shit, basically, man. Those emotions meant nothing. When John Moxley comes back on Dynamite again and challenges Adam Page, it's like if Roman came out and says, "I'm gonna challenge after that 4-year reign, and I'm gonna challenge Cody again." No, you need the guy to be off television. You killed it right there. There, you killed. You killed the aftermath of it. Basically, this is why I gave so much flack to Tony Khan and the booking there. Basically, you can make me. This was ridiculous nonetheless. So eventually, so the reason Moxie lost was Darby, and Darby costs him the world championship again. Darby is acting like fucking Sting from the rafters or in the Coliseum, basically. The Aragon Ballroom. Yeah, get out of here, man. So Darby's out there with the Aragon Ballroom, and he's costing him matches. He's costing him this. Moxley, Moxley does not even Moxley does not even acknowledge him at parts, and he finally does, but he barely says anything. All we get is the Death Rider's same shtick over and over again. We're doing the same shit all over again with the whole beat up the good guy, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. That's it. Beat up this underdog, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Darby goes head to head with Claudio Castagnoli in a Falls Count Anywhere match in the ECW arena. That match was dreadful, man. Absolutely. I don't know who enjoyed that match as a viewer. Again, this whole Darby and the Darby's vision of just fighting the Death Riders is ice cold. It's like if I was served a plate of I was served a plate of the most stalest, the most stale, not stale, stale isn't a word. The most stale, the most stale lasagna I've ever had, basically. And that lasagna is just not stale; it's ice cold. The moment I take that bite of the lasagna, man, I'm either throwing it out of my mouth or I'm simply not even gonna. That's how I describe this wrestling storyline. That's how I describe this Death Rider storyline. It's like this. I'm eating this lasagna that you've served me as a wrestling fan. You served me John Moxley versus Darby Allin. The story is basically this ice cold lasagna that is fucking stale. That is absolutely stale. It's so stale, and it's not just stale. It's cold. It's ice cold. The moment I take the bite out of the lasagna, man, I'm gonna I'm gonna shit on it in the worst ways possible, and I'm gonna be underwhelmed in a millisecond, basically. This is what I see the whole Moxley and Darby Allin situation and the whole Death Rider storyline. And if you are a absolute um if you're an absolute geek out there and you still don't understand, I mean, what the fuck do I explain to you over and over again? They killed the basic aftermath of a talent, basic aftermath of a villain who fell through. His reign ended. It's again as if Roman should have showed up after he beat Cody on Raw next night. How would have that meant, huh? They killed every aspect of that storyline. They killed every aspect of the aftermath of the Hangman. The Hangman should be our top priority. I'm not gonna blame. I'm not gonna keep on blaming you for what you did with CM Punk. And CM Punk was a bigger star than Adam Page. Maybe you should have not given Adam Page the world championship then, basically, because CM Punk really, you know, overshadowed Adam Page at the end of the day. We know that. Come on, it's realistic. Let's be real here. And CM Punk should have lost to Adam Page. That would have made Adam Page more legit, but they had the fucking ball to. So what I have a issue with Punk. Punk was so bitter. He was so bitter in terms of what Adam Page said on the show, and he basically went out. He was so bitter what Adam Page said. What Adam Page said to CM Punk, Punk wasn't okay about that. Punk was not going to take that back. He basically said, "Hey Tony, I'm beating him, and I don't care. You have to put me over." He basically went out said to Tony, "You have to put me over." As we know, who should have gone over, and it should have been Adam Page, because you would like to actually solidify Adam Page as maybe a top guy, and you just proved to everybody that he was maybe in some of storyline sense you just solidify him, you know, that Adam Page is the top guy. We know that CM Punk is still more over than Adam Page will ever be. He always will be. This is fucking CM Punk we're talking. Unless Adam Page really gets them. If you go, Adam Page will only get more over than CM Punk if he goes to WWE. Basically, sorry, that's the only case. He's already been really over, but you're not gonna get that. Oh my God, Adam Page is so over. No, he's not. Even with the drinking storyline, I get it. Sorry, that's headphones. Even with the drinking storyline, I get it, but you're not gonna get that aspect of it. You're not gonna get, oh my God, Adam Page is so over. No, he's not over. He's not it. He's basically not over with a crowd. I mean, I'm giving you compared to Punk at least. He's not. He's not as over. CM Punk is basically one of the faces of WWE. Adam Page is one of the faces of AEW, but again, popularity ranks more in WWE than it does in AEW. So choose to differ there, man. If you won't agree, I'm not gonna be fed here, but if you, this is the fucking truth. AEW stars don't have, except MJF really, who really brought that popularity. And Kenny Omega was already known in the wrestling industry, on the mainstream industry, but mainstream appearance on media and wrestling. But mainstream media also kind of knew Kenny Omega, but Kenny Omega was already that guy. MJF is probably AEW's biggest. As I gave you the example, that MJF's 2022 going off the heels of 2021's run with CM Punk and Chris Jericho, the end of that feud with the Pinnacle and whatever, that was basically, that was again, supposedly, Jericho won. He did win. I'm kidding. He did win. It's not supposedly. Jericho won the match. And then Jericho basically goes out to do nothing basically for the perceived future until like February or March of that year. He faces with the team. What's the name? American Top Team. Dan Lambert. Some MMA fighters. Paige Van Zant was there too. Scorpio Sky. It was like a bunch of MMA guys if I remember, and it was Paige Van Zant, one of the top female MMA fighters ever generally. And then you got Dan Lambert and Scorpio Sky. And Ethan Page was there too. Forgot about him for a second. So they had so Jericho was doing that, and then he was back to MJF. MJF from building the build to that, and then Wardlow is a guy. I mean, we don't even talk about Wardlow basically. Wardlow is a guy I'm not talking about on purpose. We're not getting into that situation. Wardlow basically, wasn't it to me. Wardlow not really it as a contender for AEW, but nonetheless it's Wardlow. So I won't say much about Wardlow. Like I've already not said anything. It's fucking Wardlow. Man, what the fuck do you expect? Wardlow again, being not that whatever. Back to fucking Wardlow. So again, MJF going off that, cutting that over, just the probably one of the greatest promos of all time. Generally, the AEW pipe bomb he cut on Tony Khan and mentioned WWE's name, mentioned the word mentioned WWE. If you would treat me better if I was the next WWE guy. See, MJF is probably, as I said, from the days of Sting in WCW, basically. From the days of Sting, not Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is not a grown home talent from WCW. We're not counting Hulk Hogan as being, really the most popular outside WWE guy because he came from WWE and his popularity boomed in AWA. It really kicked off in AWA, and WWE wants to fucking bury that basically, and they want to take control at shots and saying they're the reason. I mean, they're the reason Hulk Hogan became this guy. No, he didn't. Hulk Hogan was already in. I've already gone with the tribute to Hulkster. Hogan was already in part of Rocky 3. I don't know. I don't remember what his name was generally, but he faced Balboa in it, and it really got a lot of attention. He got a lot of media attention. Basically, this is him choosing to do this basically, and saying fuck Vince Senior, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do this acting job. I got a role in Rocky 3. Why do you think I'm gonna let that go? So basically, f you to Vince Senior. Vince, he's like fuck you, Vince Senior. Basically, I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna do this, and that really elevated Hogan. Hogan, when he came back into Hogan, was known in the mainstream since then. When he did that movie, he had the appearance on, I don't know what his show's name is, but I think on Saturday Night Live. I'm not sure where that guy was like, "You're a big muscular man," whatever, something. Again, this is old, bro. I'm not that old. We're not talking back to that, basically. I'm not a big Hulkster research guy. I mean, I don't remember much stuff about where he went, which you know Senior Hall or whatever he went to on these talk shows. But he went on this, and basically, I mean, he got a lot of mainstream attention when he joined, and he loved professional wrestling so much as when he joined Vergania's AWA. Basically, AWA was one of the most hottest wrestling territories out there, with the McMahon's Worldwide Wrestling Federation (WWWF) in the '60s, uh, basically. But again, why am I getting Hulk Hogan? We're not going Hulk Hogan here. Hulk Hogan is something else. So I'm just gonna say, example, don't let WWE justify professional wrestling. Basically, I think people now they don't, but I still see people out there who still kiss up to Vince, who still kiss up to WWE. Don't let a company justify what actually happened in the wrestling industry and bury it. AWA, AWA, AWA is the reason Hulkster became Hulk Hogan went to AWA before he went back to WWF. Vince got him from AWA. If you would have stayed in AWA, if Vergania had the if really Vergania had the cadence and attention to see what to do and not and Vergania would have done the same thing. I mean, and it would have been successful. It's not how Vince McMahon was successful with Hulk Hogan. It's like if a promoter actually cared about going back to those promoter wanted to expand around nationwide around the United States. I mean, people would have paid money. People would have paid money to see Hulk Hogan because, as I said, he did the role with Rocky 3, and he got a big mainstream buzz from that. And it was not WWF who really gave him that buzz. It was Rocky 3. It was the mainstream buzz he got, but it made his own self. And basically, if any promoter from any company had the ball to run, basically nobody did and nobody dared to back then. And Vince was the only guy who took that step. So it's not what people say always. There is no Vince McMahon without Hulk Hogan. There's no Vince Hogan without Vince. No, bro. Hulk Hogan was the tool that a person needed to, after his really big movie appearance in Rocky 3. Hulk Hogan, that role that he got in Rocky 3, Hulk Hogan was basically, Hulkster was basically the reason the company, rose forward. AWA, I mean, Hulk Hogan was basically the reason the WWF boomed. It's not Vince. Any promoter could have said, hey, I want to run with Hulk Hogan, and that company, we might have been talking about AEWA right now. AEWA, what the fuck? Get him fucking talking about that shit, man. AEWA right now would be the number one wrestling company. American Wrestling Association. AWA. AWA Wrestling will be number one. NWA. The National Wrestling Alliance could be number one too. If Hulkster really cared about, joining that. But again, the Hulkster did not want to join the NWA or Jim Crockett's, basically, and whatever. And Hulkster thought, hey, yeah, I'm good. Jim Crockett's being one of those promotions that were owned by, I believe, Ted Turner played a big role into Jim Crockett Promotions. But again, AWA is would be the company you're watching on Netflix now. Basically, it's Hulk Hogan. It is only the Hulkster. It's not Vince. It's not what WWE tries to put this narrative out there. It's not the fucking suits and ties of Connecticut, Bruce Pritchard, and even Mark Calloway. It's not Vince. It's the Hulkster. Anyways, moving on from this. So much for trying to give you an example. Hulkster is not the guy that we're referring here. Hulk Hogan was the most over guy outside WWE in the mid to late 90s, but the most homegrown star back then was the icon. It's Sting, basically. Sting sitting in the rafters, Sting being the most over guy in the wrestling industry. The most over guy. Austin was kind of on the cusp of him, basically, at that point. Sting being in that position of being the most over guy in wrestling at that point. In a company that's not WWE, and the most. So that's what happened to MJF. MJF became that in 2022 and 2023. MJF was the most over guy in professional wrestling. How Sting was the most over guy in 1997 into 1998, which ended up becoming Goldberg, but still, it was Sting who was the most over guy. That was a homegrown star from that company, from WCW. It was Sting. That was that guy. So to go back to the John Moxley and Darby situation, Adam Page. Adam Page did not need to. Adam Page is not over as Punk. Again, Adam Page's reign, the aftermath's already fucked when you are literally having John Moxley come back and no sell anything what happened on the previous. This is when they had John Moxley come back on television. That's where I was like, they fucking shit the. I can't believe that they actually had the gall to shit the bed. Basically, like Tony Khan has become so fucking clueless. You have this monotone, evil, diabolical villain in professional wrestling in your company hold a strap in a briefcase for nearly an year, he gets dethroned finally. That would send him into time off, basically. That would send him into not appearing on the show. It's like basically if you have a villain who got defeated, he shows up again, and you kill the entire possibility of the hero getting his moment. It's like basically you have the season where you have a season where you show this one villain who was part of this season. He comes up in the next season and he says, I want to challenge you again. Why do you what? How would that make sense? This villain was defeated in the final episode of season one. Why is he back in season two to literally, this is just an analogy in TV show for a professional wrestling company. I mean, they're at HBO Max and they cannot understand how to book this shit. You kidding me? Why would you have Darby Allin? Sorry, not Darby. Why would you have John Moxley do that? Why would you have a villain come out? This is a TV show. They're on a platform on HBO Max. They are a TV show themselves. But why would you have? We're talking about an actual TV show, like TV series and stuff. Why would you have John Moxley, or the villain, whatever he is, comes out and he literally says, "Hey, I want to challenge you." After the villain was defeated in the final season, the villain doesn't need to show up until probably the end of the second season, basically. The villain needs to be off screen. That villain that was defeated can show up. If he shows up, you ruin everything that built to the defeat of the villain. You ruined every single chance, every single hoop struggle, every single emotion of. You made your audience feel like absolutely buffoons to watch this in the first place. You killed the aspect of the death match that John Moxley and Adam Page had when you had John Moxley come back to television the next follow up on Dynamite, basically. You killed you killed the aftermath of it. When a villain is defeated, he doesn't show up. He is perished. His reign's over. He doesn't need to show up until like the end of until something more drastic happened in storyline and some other like more pivots. The story pivots in other ways. The villain doesn't show up until the end of season two, basically. But no, they killed it. This is where I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You are a clueless idiot hack. You're on a platform like HBO Max, AEW. AEW is on HBO Max, which is one of the best, you know, streaming services out there for TV shows today. I don't care what nobody says. It's top tier at least. It's more adult themed. It has really critically acclaimed television, basically. You basically are on a platform known as HBO Max, which has one of the best TV shows, and you do something that is crazy. You have a villain come back to Province literally the next episode, the first episode of season two. Why would you do that? Why would you have the villain come back and say, "Hey, I'm not dead," or like the villain say, "Hey, I'm not gone," or like the villain come back in a movie, basically saying, you got movie, you got a. I'm gonna give what movie would be exampled here. There are a ton of movies, right? You got John Wick, movies basically. John Wick, I would say. And we got Mission Impossible. I'm giving you a movie example here, basically Paramount Pictures or whatever for professional wrestling. You got Mission Impossible. You got that guy basically. You got I forgot his name again, but you got the hero defeat the villain, and the villain shows up at the end of the movie. Hey, I'm not defeated. I'm still here. That's what they basically did. They basically had John Moxley show up and say, "Hey, I want to fight you again. After you gave a great payoff to the ending to the story, how does that make any fucking sense? How? It is mind boggling. It is creatively frustrating as a viewer watching your product, as a wrestling fan generally. But as we take storyline and we know how its storyline progression. This killed the storyline. It killed the aftermath. It killed Adam Page's moment, basically. It did. To me, when I saw John Moxley on television, it killed it. It killed everything, man. Again, more examples again. Characters has been defeated. His reign's over. He shows up in the next season. Shows up as in the. He shows up in the. He shows up in season 2, episode 1, to say, "Hey, I want to beat you." Or basically, Tom Cruise defeating some kind of a. I don't know, some kind of a freaking. I'm giving you a movie example here, not a TV show example. And then the guy who he defeated or he tried to overcome, and the force that he defeated, that shows up at the end of the movie again and says, "Hey, we want to fight you. We're gonna kill you." How does that make any creative sense? We're talking about storyline. Story is king in professional wrestling, man. Don't let mentally ill sickos and wrestling journalists who don't know shit basically, who are just keen to see gymnastics and fucking athleticism at the end of the day. Nothing more than that. Don't let them, you know, control the narrative and say that. Don't let them control the narrative and say that it's this is how professional wrestling is. No, it's not. It's always been about story. Story is king in pro wrestling, man. Story is king. If you ruin the story, a match means nothing. The characters involved in the match means nothing. Adam Page won the world championship at All in Texas. Now, why does John Moxley have to show up the next night, basically? Why does he have to show up the next night? Why does he have to? Does that make any creative sense in a storyline? It's like basically, as I said over and over again, Roman showing up after he lost to Cody. A villain has been defeated. The triumphant victory from the hero, the cowboy Adam Page, goes to shit. Goes to nothing but shit, basically, man. It goes to irrelevancy at that point. You just ruined a great payoff to that just because you wanted to do Mox versus Darby again. Get the fuck out of here, man. Again, as I said, Mox and Darby, at that point, you're serving me a stale, ice cold lasagna. And the moment I take that bite of that ice cold lasagna, man, I'm gonna be shitting on it, and I'm gonna be not just shitting on it, I'm gonna be underwhelmed in a millisecond. Not in a second, a millisecond, basically. That's how much it doesn't make sense to me. And the aftermath of Adam Page, and now, and because first of all, Adam Page got shoved aside, and they started really focusing on Darby and Moxley, and the whole MJF and Adam Page build is fucking confusing. If you like that, it's your, you know, it's for you, man. Like, it's what if you like. Don't tell anybody what you like, basically. But I didn't like that. The Adam Page and MJF build was not great. Don't let the sickos determine your opinions, basically. The Adam Page and John Moxley build was not it. It wasn't it at all. It was basically the shits. The drizzling shits. So anyways, Adam Page not winning the world championship. Well, he won the world championship, my bad. So now their importance is not Kyle Fletcher. Their importance is Darby Allin Moxley. And now we have Darby Allin getting beat up with the Death Fighters again. with no explanation. John Moxley ignores him. At the end of it, finally they start speaking. And he says, "You want to do this, whatever." And Darby has a really crazy, cool vignette with blood all over. The really bloody vignette. I really like that stuff. It's really cool aspect of it. Probably the best thing I saw in Dynamite that day or that week. I think it was the ECW arena. I'm not sure, but again, it was the best thing I saw on that fucking day. But Darby Allin again being one of those guys who, you know, just again stupid. The build was stupid. You basically cooked up a ice cold stale lasagna and served me for dinner, and then let me get into burying this shit down the fucking drain, bro. Let me get into burying John Moxley versus Darby Allin because, dude, I mean, could you not get more absolutely predictable? I have seen the same amount of shit. I literally mentioned this earlier. If John Moxley did not jump off the Social Bank Arena rafters, try to kill himself, try to kill, kind of kill himself, to yeah, kind of sacrificing himself or whatever in some sorts, whatever the fuck I'm trying to say here, basically. If Moxley did not do that, it would have not worked. And I knew it was not gonna work. So basically, we got a coffin match with the same fucking shit that we see every single week on Dynamite. And when you give me this tax match, you've already ruined any chance I would care about John Moxley and Darby Allin. Now I'm just looking to see what kind of carnage they can do. I'm not interested one bit in this fucking storyline. I'm not. I'm already I'm already sighing myself. I'm already looking aside. I'm already like literally going through a mental fuck up basically and and feeling depressed looking at this storyline and feeling depressed eating this cold stale having the thought of eating this is an example I'm giving here, a thought of eating this cold stale lasagna that you have cooked up again for me to, so you're forcing me to enjoy this as a viewer basically. The thought basically makes me depressed. We're moving on. Nonetheless, I would say the show. No, sorry. So anything they did in this match meant nothing to me. Anything they could have pulled off in this match absolutely meant fuck all to me, man. This match meant nothing. They had a lot of those fork spots, the Death Riders being involved, Moxley doing the same shit. Like I have seen this over and over again. It was the most underwhelming AEW match I have ever seen because I was like depressed watching it. This was the most depressing match of the entire show. This coffin match was an atrocious, garbage, depressed. This match legit made me depressed. I'm not even lying here, man. This match made me depressed. This match just made me depressed that so much that I was like, hey, I'm just gonna switch off everything basically, and I'm gonna just go out sit in the freaking grass. And I'm just gonna lie down on grass now because this match just made me so fucking. You want to say touch grass? I went out there and touched grass, basically. This match was the drizzling, beyond the drizzling shits. This was a underwhelming, stale to the point. It's so stale, it smells like absolute dunk and pieces of shit with nothing but vinegar thrown over it, whatever. And they cook it up, this lasagna, and they serve it to me again. And just the thought of eating something like this, man, thought of consuming something like this as a fan, as a product, watching this, just made me depressed. So fuck this match. That's what I'll say. Fuck John Moxley and fuck Tony Khan. I'm not gonna say fuck Darby Allin. Darby Allin went in to climb Mount Everest. I have no problem with that. That's a great thing he did that. I'm happy for him. But fuck John Moxley and fuck Darby Allin. Fuck these men, basically. John Moxley is a fucking. This is why I'm not a big This is why John Moxley's really ruining his legacy, bro. to his wrestling fans who used to love him. I was one of those people who used to love him because he was a cool person. He ain't cool anymore because he's not doing cool shit anymore. I'll give him that. You know, the aftermath of this match we're gonna get over right now. Talk about this, which we got after the before the final match of the night. John Moxley is talking to the Death Fighters and Marina Shafir, and his monotone, the way he spoke. I mean, the way he speaks, bro. You know, he's like, he tried everything he could. It was such an HBO Max, just the most coolest. He looked cool. He looked cool for a second. The way he spoke when he had the hand on the coffin. He was talking to Darby. He was talking to he looked at the coffin and he started talking to Death Fighters. Basically, the way he spoke. I'm just gonna go back and watch that thing again and over and over again. I'm not over and over again, but I'm gonna watch it again probably because I love the way he spoke. Basically, the way he spoke, the character work he did right there, the way he sold that was better than the entire. That was the most. That was the best part of their entire fucking feud. Say something, man. Basically, we're gonna get into the aftermath later on. But anyways, let's break this shit down because I'm not in the fucking mood to talk about absolute garbage anymore. And get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Okay, so the fifth match in AEW Coffin history. Obviously, an AEW Coffin match last time we had was with Jack Perry and Darby Allin All In, which was a much better match. It wasn't depressing compared to this. It's night and day. It's not even close. This match was absolutely depressing. Not it for me. Not it. You literally, bro. I've never been depressed watching a wrestling match than this. Maybe Adam Cole versus Daniel Garcia is up there with that. Definitely it is. But this one is too. Both those two matches are up there about me feeling fatigued. But again, I feel fatigued there. I felt nothing there. This is where I just felt depressed. I've never felt depressed watching an AEW match ever. That tells you something, man. You got me feeling depressed watching this shit. That's not it. You know you're in some trouble. You know you are fucking awful at what you do. Basically, anyways, as Mox was making his way through the crowd, Allen appeared out of nowhere, attacked him. The match started. The risk taker immediately hit a big dive off the top rope of a doorway leading out of the arena, which again was again the spots we've seen these fucking so many times now. Who cares again? I was like, what the fuck? I don't care. But then I started getting depressed throughout the match. They fought further up into the crowd, into the crowd before making their way back to the ringside area. Moxley started to bleed after Allen bit into his ear for several seconds. The rest of the Death Fighters came out and helped for a bit, but Moxley eventually sent everyone away. He brought one of the caskets in the ring, slammed it shut on Allen's hand. A few minutes later, Allen returned the favor and did both hands. We all knew this would be a bloody and violent fight because both of these guys live for this kind of thing. But whether that is a good thing or not, it's up to you. See, this is the crowd again. For the crowd who are viewing this, they might have had a good time watching this. But the people who have gone through the storyline and who has gone through this Darby Allin and John Moxley build, bro, who have watched this as a viewer, it's not it for us, basically. So again, there's just a good thing that is mentioned here, basically talking about, you know, it's up to you if this was a good thing or not. Danielson handed Allen a duffel bag, which I really like. This was Danielson saying, "Fuck Mox up." I forgot to mention this. This was the one part of the match I actually did like. Story back to a really depressing match in basically the most depressing storyline I have ever seen in AEW. It's up there with that MGF and Adam Cole storyline. It is the one that we got last year, where MGF was the heel and Adam Cole was the baby face, which makes no fucking sense. But okay, I guess follow along with that fucking garbage. And again, there we go. So Danielson handed Allen a duffel bag that contains the same kind of plastic bag was suffocating. Allen used it to cover Moxley's head and then hit a code red. Just like, bro, yeah, why the fuck are you? The code red was took me out of it. I was like, you don't need to do a code red to John Moxley. Just give him a low blow. Put a chair on him. Give him a low blow or some sorts. You don't need to do a code. The code red wasn't needed in this match. That's just kind of popped me, but I think it cut me out of being depressed. Basically, it wasn't needed in this match. This match is absolutely depressing. Basically, Pac, basically, which I forgot to talk about, was backstage as well. Made a surprising return and ended up sending Darby Allin over the top, opening one of the cactus with a power bomb. Pac put Allin in the cast, Moxley closed it to get the win. Yeah, no, basically, this is shit. Nobody cares about it. And Pac is back. I don't care about it. Somebody give it B. The grades given people have given this a B. Basically, I think this is a basic fucking D, not a D. It is a F. It's a F minus, meaning depression. Basically, it's a F minus match for me. So, if I would really get able to gear this shit, yeah, this whole chomping out the Moxley's ear, it didn't work for me. Like, I've seen this so many times. You're not gonna excite me with Darby doing this to Moxley over and over again. You literally had them do a match, add the war. You had to do a War Dogs cage match. You had them do a steel cage lights out match, whatever they did on Forbidden Door. We got violence there. Why do you expect me to care about this? Listen, this is the point exactly where people don't understand. When WWE does it, I'll give this credit to WWE. When they do this, for in terms of story, it makes sense, and they don't do this as much. I have seen this stuff on AEW television too many times that I'm not gonna basically at this point react to this. So nothing to me. I've seen it too many times. This match gets a fucking F minus from me, bro. Absolute utter shit that I took in the toilet, and I was depressed after that, basically. You served up that shit and you cooked it up. You cooked it up into lasagna and you served it to me. Disgusting and just utter garbage. Let's get into the 10th match of the night, which we are not going over the actually not the 10th match of the night. In terms of the tailgate brawl, which we got already over, so this is the 10th match of the night, probably. Nonetheless, Tony Storm versus Tag versus Jamie Harris, Chris Statlander. Going into this match, again, as I said, I didn't care about it. I just said the whole tailgate brawl situation, man. Not it for me, basically. Not it for me. The whole tailgate brawl situation was absolutely not it for me. I didn't care about it one bit. Didn't care about watching that fucking thing. That give two shits about it, basically. If you want to hear that as my take. So, same thing would be with this match. Tony Storm just said, I'll fight all these bitches or whatever. That's it. So we got announcement that Chris Statlander, which is great to see her in this, but we're gonna talk about that generally really soon here. Tekla and then Jamie Hayter were in this match. Great. Who cares? I don't care basically. Yeah, whatever. We're not gonna even get into this shit. Anyways, let's break it down into this. And Tekla was out there for the fatal four-way. Again, I was not excited about this match one bit. I knew that if I watch it after seeing that depression shit that I took, and then I was served to eat that shit again, basically, I knew that I will still enjoy this over that. Nonetheless, Tekla was out there for and I will be thanked. I will thank God for it at the end of the day, basically. Not Tony Khan. I would never thank Tony Khan for it. Fuck Tony Khan and fuck John Moxley. Two words exact. Two words for two people, man. Fuck John Moxley and fuck Tony Khan. Fuck the promoter, Tony Khan, and fuck John Moxley. He's a fucking mentally fucking idiot, basically. I mean, how much credit pool he has in the company, it's hard for me to believe that he thought that it's good for him to be on television after the Adam Page aftermath. After he should have been off television and not be on television. You killed all the fucking aftermath you've laid into. All right, nonetheless, we can move on from that. Anyways, this was a relief. You know, the news says, thank God. I would say, thank God for the four-way between these women because, my God, how depressed I was that I had to take a depressing shit. And then I had to see that shit cooked up into lasagna and served, basically. And then just the smell of it had me ranting, basically, had me losing my mind and being more depressed than ever I've ever seen a wrestling match be. Man, I don't care what everybody's thoughts on this. To me, I have seen this absolute garbage many times. Nothing but depressing. This was a depressing It was underwhelming and it was depressing. I didn't care about the story. Basically, I didn't. I just wanted to see what will happen in the aftermath. Nothing happened really. Moxley won, first of all. Questionable booking decision right there. Why the fuck you have John Moxley winning? A waste of everybody's time, man. Depressing garbage served up into a lasagna, and they would force you to say, "Hey, eat this." No, I'm not. You get a depressing rating, F minus, basically. That's my rating for this shit. Again, as I said, thank God for the four-way between Tekla, Tony Storm, Jamie Hayter, and Chris Statlander. Storm and the Tekla paired up. Storm got the loudest reaction out of all this women. It makes sense because she's the most over out of any woman on this fucking show. Paired up while Stat and Hayter fought, but those pairs didn't last long. It came down to Statlander Hayter trading shots in the middle of the ring. All four women ended up fighting at ringside, and everyone took some big risks and bumps. This match had an unfortunate placement on the card. It came right after a brutal coffin match, and right before a four-way ladder match. The crowd was into it, but had this match happened earlier in the night, it likely would have been received even better. Yeah, I think the crowd was kind of into it. Basically, at this point, the crowd was kind of dead. Too many matches at this point they have seen. You're talking about Tailgate Brawl, and they're talking about this being, what, the 11th match of the night? Or the 10th match of the night? Yeah, the crowd has seen 10 matches at this point in attendance. They were fucking fed up at that point, brother. Nobody has the capacity to consume this much professional wrestling. You need a break, bro. You cannot just see every single match. 10 matches in one night? Too much, man. I mean, you gotta be mentally ill if you're watching 10 matches in one night. Awful. It was only basically a night. It was the entire day. 10 matches all day, bro. Come on. Too much. I think 2 matches is maximum I would go watching all day in a generally. You know, you talk about sports, you talk about everything. I mean, generally I would. You cannot compare there, basically. That's hard to compare. Because sports matches are just generally longer than wrestling matches. And then you got to tell a story more than you don't have to tell in sports. Sports is just sports. It's a story itself of a team trying to beat the other team, basically, and the other team trying to beat the other team. Moving on. It came out. This match had an unfortunate placement on the card. Again, four-way. Card was into, but then this match happened, and earlier in the night, moving on. That being said, the match. This was a good performance from all four competitors. They brought a lot of energy to the ring and made sure that they kept the crowd's attention. Hayter and Storm have the most history between them, and they did a great job. They did a good job, not a great job, addressing it without its feeling like others. What nobody expected how this ended, because it ended up using the seatbelt pinning combination to pin Storm and becoming the new world champion, which was a really shocking moment. I was absolutely shocked. I didn't expect Chris Statlander to win. I thought maybe they would like to entertain the idea, but I didn't expect Tony to Tony telling Tony dropping the belt until after Australia again. I didn't expect it. I don't know what's their plan for them when they get back to Australia at that point. I'm not sure what would be the plan for that. But again, I didn't expect much out of this, and I was shocked basically. Generally to me the most shocking moment of the night. The way she pinned her. I think this match was a good match. It was a good match. It's pretty fun, entertaining. Not gonna lie, especially after what I got from the depressing shit that I was served. That I had to eat basically after I nearly flushed it down the hatchet. Yeah, bro, you the Tony Khan will not stop hearing from me about the whole John Moxley and Darby fucking storyline. The Death Fighter storyline is fucking garbage. It's 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 beyond garbage. It should be in a pile. It should be in a container or a dumpster that should be thrown in the middle of Iowa, basically. Again, that would be thrown in the middle of some place, but it should be thrown in the Grand Canyon where it should belong, to never be seen again. That's what I see about John Moxley and Darby Allin. John Moxley, Darby Allin, the Death Rider storyline should be thrown into a dumpster, picked up by a aircraft, and then just dumped into a Grand Canyon. That's what I think about the storyline, and never to be seen again. That's what I think. All right, moving on. Again, it was a great moment. Didn't expect this out of this. The conglomeration were backstage, and we got a tease of return of OC Orange Cassidy. Again, we've not seen Orange Cassidy since I think sometime after World's End, right? Where he was one of those people who were he was one of the people who actually I was interested in beating John Moxley for the World Championship, but yeah, they went with Adam Page, which again love that too. But again, the follow up I didn't love. The aftermath sucked. Basically, they fucking killed the match. And I always have a shit taste in my mouth from that. Basically, the most shittiest taste I've ever watching a wrestling program, a wrestling aftermath is Adam Page and John Moxley, and Adam Page triumphant. That meant absolutely fuck all. When you have John, I'm gonna talk. I'm done talking about it at this point. Again, this is a great moment. Again, OC is coming back, so might be tuning into Dynamite to check out that. You might be getting a Dynamite review for me for sure coming up. Um, again, the really shocking way the pin for the pin that Chris Statlander basically had Tony Storm pin. Tony's face really that was some great selling, man. The selling of emotion of just eyes popped out of her head, shocked what just happened. Her makeup, the look of Tony Storm was phenomenal in this match. All right, then the next match I really didn't care about because these teams don't have fucking chemistry. One team does, the other teams have no chemistry, and one team is one of the greatest tag teams ever in professional wrestling. I don't care. They're top 10 at least. It might not be top 5 for you. They should be top 10. All right, nonetheless, Brodito versus the Young Bucks versus Jet Speed and the Don Callis family, man. The Don Callis family. Absolutely didn't give two shits about this. This is what their tag team division is. Josh Alexander, I'm going to put this out there. Josh Alexander and Hichisaro have no chemistry. They're basically two people paired together just because they're in Don Callis family. They're in a tag team match. Them as a tag team sucks, bro. There is no chemistry. It's bland. It's like a bland. You just served me a bland steak without no butter on it. Butter me up, but butter the tag team up. Build chemistry. There's no chemistry, and they're doing tag team shit. Get the fuck out of here. Garbage. I'm not a fan of this whole Don Callis family. And this tag team, basically in the Doncast family, it sucks. Jet Speed, another again Brian Danielson's son's buddy's favorite tag team, which I would not argue if you were a kid that age, you would love Jet Speed. Obviously, why would you not? It's Jet Speed. They're like fucking Power Rangers basically. They're Super Power Rangers. You know, you got Jet Speed. Jet Speed are fucking like they're basically like Power Rangers. So you know, why would you not be why would you not be, in the moment of liking them? I mean, you would be an idiot if you don't like Jet Speed as a kid. I mean, come on. Every kid would. They got that Super Power Rangers look. They got these, they're a bunch of, they're like these, they're like the, what would I call them? They're like the seven, not the seven, I'm gonna mention the boys. They're like the Demon K-pop, whatever. They're like these group of, these superheroes, the bunch of these. I'll give you what I was gonna say. There are like Young Justice. That's what it's basically. And every kid out there has ever loved Young Justice. So, Buddy, Brian's son, Buddy, I think I understand why he loves it. But as an adult watching this shit, no, I don't love it. And I understand why people would love it, but I'm not into that reason. And I don't care about that reason. Jet Speed doesn't make no sense. Speedball Mike Billy would be doing so much better if he was in um over there in WWE right now. He might be up there facing Carmelo Hayes. You don't think Triple H will see his talents and push him? Basically, he's a cool look. Basically, he has a cool look. I like Speedball's look. It's cool. I don't like them in a fucking tag team. That doesn't work. You just paired them up together because you have no fucking tag teams. The division is beyond dead because you made the decision to give it to the fucking Hurt Syndicate. The people who came over from WWE, and you thought they were gonna do good business. You got stomped out by Bobby Lashley and the Hurt Syndicate, basically. MVP was not gonna have Bobby Lashley get pinned by the fucking Jet Speed. Get the fuck out of here. So this tag team division is dead. It doesn't exist for me. It can be fixed in some ways, and I would do that later on. Maybe at the end of the stream, we talk about that. The end after we're done with the show. But again, Speedball Mike Billy, he's not. He would be doing so much better over there in NXT than he's doing this basically as a single star. He would be in a position where he would be feuding with Ethan Page or um, at least he would be in a position where he'd be feuding with Ethan Page, or I would say if you're talking about SmackDown, I'm not gonna win Monday Night Raw here. He could be he could be one of us at Sami Zayn's open challenges right now, and they could really show him off in front of a main roster crowd. That would be fucking great, but they chose not to, and he chose not to, and they made it. This was definitely a decision of him seeing that AEW has better talent, and he knew that he is gonna get a better pay over in AEW. And everybody knows that he's non-binary. And if you know what non-binary is, I'm not gonna explain it to you. You already know what it is. Um, so whatever the fuck this shit was, whatever their thing is. Kevin Knight, which is where the name Jet comes from, Jet Speed. Kevin Knight. I see a lot of potential in Kevin Knight. Kevin Knight, the moment they signed this guy, obviously the reason they signed this guy, as we know, taken away from WWE, because WWE was interested in Kevin Knight, and Tony Khan was like, "Hey, we just signed Kevin Knight." They showcased him on the opener with Will Ospreay, which again was not it, because we don't know because nobody knew who the fuck Kevin Knight was on that show. Nobody. He got great reaction with athleticism. He did maybe, but nobody found out. But basically, this was rubbing in Triple H's face and WWE's face. Oh, we signed Kevin Knight, and you can do fuck all about that, basically. So I hope they elevate Kevin Knight now. They finally, and I would like to see Kevin Knight in the Hurt Syndicate. That's the one I want to see. So we can have Bobby Lashley move on from the tag team division, and Kevin Knight and Shelton Benjamin be in the tag team division. Because Bobby Lashley needs to be in the main event scene. There's enough Bobby Lashley can do with a fucking tag team division. Bobby Lashley doesn't need to be in the tag team division. Okay, it doesn't work. The way Bobby Lashley looks, the way he's presented, it's gonna ruin the tag team division to a point where I think you should just throw the belts away. No. All right, moving on. Jet Speed. Again, this was kind of a tournament wins where they again Jet Speed defeated Killswitch and Sabian, which Luchasaurus now and Sabian, which we're gonna get into that for sure. Killswitch and Sabian on Collision, and then Rodito lost to Death Riders, which I don't know, whatever that's theater for. Young Bucks defeated Bang Bang Gang, which I think qualified for it, and Kyle's family defeated Top Flight on Collision, meaning not Collision actually, meaning AEW Dynamite, but the same thing though. Nothing too different basically. September to never remember. That's where the Kyle's family qualified. And you had that go home angle of Kyle Fletcher making Adam Page's night miserable, and you know what he did to him was good stuff. Actually, not gonna mind that because we know he was not gonna win. We're gonna get to that match sooner or later. Nonetheless, Alexander Hitchcock took control early thanks to some solid teamwork. It didn't make them long to clear the ring, but Jet Speed cut off their momentum with some fast-paced offense. It was really fast-paced in it, sure it was. Again, but this match felt at the start really lifeless. They had to build it to it to make it really. Again, I've seen so many TLC and ladder matches this year that I'm kind of fatigued to it, and you're not gonna impress me anymore by these. Driver's seat during the first few minutes for a match with, especially with these no chemistry tag teams and Jet Speed, who are great looking and really have that Young Justice vibe and have that Superpower Rangers vibe, but they're not appealing to an adult audience. They're appealing to kids. Good for the kids, basically. And good for Buddy, Brian's son. Cool for him. So Buddy's adorable. Good. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy that it's cool to see that Brian's just showing his son some wrestling, and his son is getting into it. It's nice to see that. It didn't take them long to clear the ring, but Jet Speed cut off their momentum with fast speed. Every team had moments with their driver's seat during 5 minutes per match. With so many participants, they ensured action was easy to follow. The Bucks and Callis formed a temporal alliance that eventually, the Callis family, alliance that fell apart from when Nick and Matt tried to win behind their backs. Again, little spots there of alliance and stuff. And so many ladder matches have been occurred across multiple promotions. That's what I'm really making my fucking point exactly on right there. That is challenging to come up with anything new they met, but managed to incorporate new film elements that felt unique to the bout. Everyone clearly put the thought into setting up some innovative spots, but this was chaos in the best way possible. Everyone took several big bumps, and it didn't feel like there was a single weak link. After several close calls, Brodito pulled down the title to retain. It was basically a lot of craziness, nothing special really. There was a memorable spot that I remember is the one where they went through the. This is what I mean by be shocked about. I don't know what the hell happened when the two table spot happened. But the one where that comes up in my mind is the one where Matt Jackson hit a swanton or a senton on the ladder, or when Speedball hit Brodito and Brodito fell on the ladder. Brody King is out there just holding the ladder, and that just felt so comical to me. And this me, but that felt just so comical. Okay, after the match, nonetheless, so again, it was ended up being a fun match. Nothing great, I would say. I found nothing great in it. It was a great match for the crowd in attendance for sure. I could agree, but as a viewer, it's a fun match. It's a fun TLC match, basically, close to a TLC match. The ladder match. They got tables out there. What the fuck do you expect me to believe? There were no chairs. I get it, but still, you got tables. It's a TL match, basically tables and ladders. TNL, tables and ladders match. No chairs. If they use chairs, I don't remember much about that. Jack Perry returned. Actually, Jack Perry slided in out of nowhere. You had the way I noticed something. I was like, the way they were focusing on the Bucks leaving the ring, and then and then literally the camera sees Jack Perry slowly slide back into the ring, and Jack Perry looks at the Bucks, and they look at each other. And he gives them the middle fingers, and he takes down I think Matt Jackson. Then Nick tries to get on him, and then he tries to beat both of them up, and then he gets attacked by fucking Rocky Romero, bro. Rocky Romero, who gives a fuck about it? What was Rocky Romero part of the Elite last year with the whole the Elite storyline that was going on? The Elite takeover of AEW, basically, where the Elite were the number one faction with the Death Riders wearing the thing back then. It was the Elite who were the thing. The Elite were the thing, basically. You know, I'm at this point. Let me put this out here. I'm at this point that I don't want to see any faction involving Wheeler Yuta, Claudio Castagnoli, John Moxley anymore. I think I've seen for the past 4 years now. It's been nearly that I'm watching the same thing for John Moxley. He's in a faction. That needs to end. This whole faction, the Death Fighter, the Blackpool Combat Club, whatever this their thing is, because these are majority of the members are from Blackpool Combat Club, except being Marina Shafir, Gabe Kidd, and who else? Pac. Majority of its members are from the Blackpool Combat Club. Even Pac is technically from the Blackpool Combat Club. Gabe Kidd is not. Gabe Kidd's part of the Death Fighters, and Marina Shafir is part of the slightly the Death Fighters or whatever. I'm not sure. But again, to my point exactly, this wasn't needed. Nobody cared about this. Nobody. I'm at a point. I'm just beyond fatigued from anything that John Moxley, Claudio Castagnoli, Wheeler Yuta doing a fucking faction at this point, bro. I'm done. This is what you got for Wheeler Yuta? Factions, basically. And you have Daniel Garcia, which I don't need to get into that again. We don't. Elite storyline last year, or a year and a half ago now, basically, where when Jack Perry stabbed Tony Khan with a mic, literally. Tony Khan sold that shit. Anyways, didn't Jack Perry like uh throw Tony Khan? Who was the one who just or was the who were those the Bucks or Jack Perry? What was it, the Bucks or was it Jack Perry? Who threw Tony Khan? Man, I'm not sure. I don't know who exactly was it. Was it? I'm not sure if it was the Bucks or was it Jack Perry. I quite questioned that for its stake. I don't know. I quite questioned that. I'm not sure if it was the Bucks or it was Jack Perry. I'm sorry, I'm talking about Rocky Romero. My bad, I got taken out of it. Rocky Romero. I don't know if he was part of that situation. I'm not sure. But anyways, Rocky Romero attacks Jack Perry. Now he's out here aiding the Bucks, and the Bucks start now saying, "Hey, what the hell you're doing? Whatever." And if you've seen some BTE footage, to kind of building the story here, you've seen some BTE footage. We're gonna do another. I think they put an Easter egg out there on Dynamite. If you might have not noticed that. So basically, this whole this storyline of Jack Perry being ignored and how they that literally there was a clip out there all over wrestling and wrestling all over. I mean, your wrestling socials. I mean, if you did not see this clip, basically, Jack Perry was calling the Bucks and Matt Jackson ignored his call and there was a shot of pizza and some really kind of a call back to the elite I think Kenny Omega situation. I don't know wherever that was going. The pizzas or whatever, and like a Domino's. I think Papa John's. I'm not sure what it was. I'm gonna probably put it out there eventually. Whatever that was, but it was something around those things basically. So, anyways, the Bucks are like, "Why the hell are you attacking us?" The Bucks are like, "Okay, we're gonna take him out now." He chose to make his bed. He attacked us, which made no sense. Why was he attacking them? But I guess because the Bucks screwed him over, and the Bucks threw him out of the elite, and didn't even want to call him back. Ignored all his calls, and he's frustrated, and he is like, "Fuck you! You just don't want me to be in the elite." And so I like that. He said Jack Perry is back to being a bit more darker, but in a way, some sorts. I'm not sure if that would be the case, but it's like fuck you. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be part of the elite. You don't attend my calls, and I'm gonna beat you up now. And he was just mad at them. And so the Bucks were like, okay, yeah, we're gonna give you the final nail in the coffin. No part of the elite. You're not in the elite. We already know you're not in the elite. We don't want you in the elite. We're gonna hit you with a EVP trigger, basically. I guess they were pissed at Jungle Boy, Jack Perry, and Jack Perry, not Jungle Boy, Jack Perry for being absent, and Jack Perry not being there. I can see that's the reason they did not attend his calls and stuff, and their story there, they're like definitely of the Bucks not attending Jack Perry's call because they were pissed at Jack Perry for not helping them retain their EVP spot, which they lost to Swerve and Ospreay at All In. So again, there was a story there, which was great to see. And basically, they're like, we're gonna fucking give him the EVP trigger because he didn't help us. Now screw him. We're gonna screw him. We're gonna take his ass out for good, basically. And then you see a little smirk. You didn't notice this, but you could see a little tiny smirk coming up. Then slowly Jack Perry put his face up. I was like, oh shit, Luchasaurus. The lights go out. And this is what you might have not noticed, the Easter egg on Dynamite they put out there. When Kill Switch came back, there was a man seen. They didn't show what exactly this man was, kind of a hidden plot here, kind of a Easter egg they put it out there, no, and didn't really make it focus. There was a man seen that looked like Jack Perry, whatever. I don't know, whatever it was. I mean, somebody noticed it. Not that many people noticed it. So Jack Perry literally goes out there. I mean, there was a man seen in that. I guess, and like basically on the bed on a hospital bed, who literally woke up to life basically. Now we see and we did not know how did he wake up to life again. They just showed us a teaser of this vignette, this basically a movie, a HBO Max. I think this is where HBO Max, they give them a lot of fucking props there, and how they really, which I think would be really beneficial for AEW now being fully on HBO Max, using HBO Max technology and stuff, Warner Brothers creative writers to help them come up with worth captivating storytelling television. You're not HBO Max. Maybe you need those writers' helps, and maybe you need production like that. Because my God, this felt like a movie, a TV show, a dark Penguin style, TV show production where you have Jack Perry basically. I felt really HBO Max quality. I felt the HBO Max quality there. So we see the full shot now of the teaser they gave us right before Forbidden Door, where Kill Switch came back and he stood up to Christian Cage, which is like predictable. We knew he was going to stand up to Christian Cage. They absolutely revealed nothing to that. And mainly because the whole situation happened with Jordan Devlin, his health basically, Jordan's health. I mean, It was a sad situation what happened with that, so I get it. I'm not gonna back them for this basically. Nonetheless, so you see this package, you see this, probably probably my favorite vignette I have seen ever a wrestling company ever do. Maybe I think the ones with WWE not favorite, but it's top. It's definitely in the top 10, or it would crack on top 5 at least. That that thing. So basically, Jack Perry is at a fucking grassland, and he's digging. He digs, and he Jack Perry digs kill switch out of the out of kill switch out of the out of just dirt, digs him out of the ground, because kill switch is really buried in kind of a grave. It's on a grave, but it's kind of still like he digs him out of it. Takes him in a casket or some sorts, or a locker, and then the way he drives the red, that he drives off, and we see him at a really dirty, like a dirty chemist type, like a movie scene, a really chemist type TV show, movie scene type shtick, where you see you just see just this kind of a look of, I don't know what they basically tried to show there. This kind of a look basically in that, which was cool to see. Um, is their dirty chemist, you know, the patient's room, or patient's this is the patient's room or whatever, and it's just like, and then the shot of, and then the look, and the sharpness of everything, and then how, how it felt like a dark TV show from HBO Max basically. So I'm gonna give you an example as Penguin, and then the shooting the basically shooting the needle into, which now we did see on the teaser they showed us back on, right before the go home show before Forbidden Door. That was the show they did in Glasgow, Scotland, where we see somebody shooting, injecting Luchasaurus with something, and he wakes up, and we get the theme of Luchasaurus, or Killswitch at that time, basically coming back. Now we see who was it. So Jack Perry, as everybody knew, it was going to be Jack Perry. This says, so there's a great follow up here. I really like this. I really did. I really like this. Again, there's some stuff there. AEW had some stuff that I liked. This production value was really well done. I'm gonna praise them, but I'm mainly gonna praise HBO Max. This was just some really really cool, gritty, dirty chemist lab that they were in, and he was lying in a chemist. He was lying in a chemist says, basically a chemist lab, where he was admitted or some sorts, and Jack injected him with something that brought him back to life after being buried and being dead underground. And he woke up not as Killswitch, as Luchasaurus. Killswitch died. He was pretending to be Killswitch. Luchasaurus was the one is the one he woke up as. And then we see Luchasaurus behind the Bucks, and he choke slams them, double-handed choke slam. And then we see Luchasaurus. You see Jack Perry give him the nod. Luchasaurus throws away that kill switch weight belt that he's wearing for the past 2 years, since he became kill switch basically. He whips it away into the crowd. Jack Perry runs into a hug and a great moment, a great embrace. But again, the way they build to this was my favorite moment of the night. I would say the one with John is really close to this. The one with Cena, John Cena really being embraced by AEW and AEW generally. That was a great thing to see. John being really embraced by all AEW and the fans basically embracing Cena. And say fuck tribalism. We always have loved Cena. The majority of this crowd grew up watching Cena. If there was a 30-year-old here, they would grow up watching Cena. You can't even argue with that take, bro. It must have been 18 back then, or no? Must have been. I mean, it must have been 8 back then, or 10. A 10-year-old in '05 is now a 30-year-old. Grew up watching John Cena. Grown adult man. Nonetheless, that was another. It's on the cusp of the best moment on All Out. But my favorite personal was this whole vignette, the story. Again, if you follow the BT stuff that came out and how the Elite teased this storyline, which again this was the best storyline. I mean, the best conclusion to a storyline they've done with BT again. It's been a long time since we've seen this. Of Jack Perry's call being ignored, and you know why it was being ignored? Because they're pissed that Jack Perry wasn't back to help. Jack Perry's TNT Championship reign ended last year, but when Daniel Garcia defeated him at Full Gear, basically the end of the Elite. So Jack Perry basically, came out there and did fuck all. Later on, but so Jack Perry didn't come out to help the Elite. He was depressed or whatever. I guess I don't know. Jack Perry was off. The Elite was off. The Elite had no connection with Jack Perry. The Elite did not contact Jack Perry. I guess Jack Perry didn't want to be in the Elite himself. I think anymore. He was just the way he was. He was not interested in being the Elite anymore. He had no reason to help them because he knew they were here. They were petty. They fucking lied about the whole Adam Page scenario. And again, this is what I like about this. Is their story here, and again, story is king in wrestling. You always need story. Story makes anything great. Story makes the characters great, basically. Story makes the match or the wrestling angle top tier. When you give story. So this is great to see. Great to see some story being told here. With the whole, again, Jack Perry not be okay, and then Jack Perry, costs Jack Perry not helping them out at all in where they lost their EVP titles to Swerve and Ospreay. And then Jack Perry, when he finally got in contact with them, where he felt like it's just that, probably he was, or either he was, I guess he was trying to, well, now he was ready to come back finally. They ignored his call. He was frustrated now. He was ready to come back. So he shows up out of nowhere, rolls into the ring. He gives them the middle fingers like fuck you. I don't care about you. And then basically getting that, and then the vignette of the teaser we got, or this great package we got with this vignette, whatever, some sorts. I'll call this the HBO Max special we got. The AEW HBO Max special package, whatever. This is what the name I have for this. This is I will call this the AEW. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna make a clip out of this for sure. The AEW HBO Max special that we got here with this Jack Perry vignette, basically, or what this HBO Max. Again, the whole build and seeing that it was Jack Perry was the one who, as everybody predicted, everybody knew that this is Jack Perry who woke up Luchasaurus because Killswitch died and got buried under a grave, basically. And this is perfect. All of this was just perfect. Great reaction, great moment, and then to see the crowd really feeling the feels and stuff, and then doing the you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, basically that song from the '80s. I mean, obviously is really nostalgic, anyways, to a lot of people, anyways. But again, Jurassic Express coming back. together, really having that nostalgia feel. I guess there were some kids probably didn't, there were probably kids who grew up watching it, basically. So I feel that too. But again, I mean, I also felt that. I mean, I'm 20 years old. I also felt that basically. I mean, that nostalgia. I mean, you guys might not know about this, but again, I grew up watching Jurassic Express, so I did. So I felt nostalgia there. Okay, I felt that. I grew up watching them as a tag team when, and I mean, I've not seen them in a really long time now. So now, I grew up watching the Jurassic Express. This might be crazy to hear, but yeah, that's true. AEW started when? Um, 2019, right? Yeah, so 13, and I'm 20. It's basically 6, 7 years. I mean, at that time you're growing up as a kid, basically. So I grew up watching the Jurassic Express in my, whatever. If you, it might be corny to somebody, but yes, I'm a sensible wrestling fan, a young wrestling fan, who grew up watching the Jurassic Express on my television screens on TV, basically on TBS, TNT at that time. Barely saw them on TBS. I think we got really less of them on TBS. I think Christian again was managing them for a while after. I think Christian started managing them in 2021, and they were really helping Christian Cage. They helped out Christian Cage, obviously, I think against the Bucks and the elite, actual elite back then, the Kenny Omega uh, belt collector reign, and the Young Bucks together with him, basically that elite, with the Good Brothers with them too, basically the whatever that elite was, the Bullet Club elite, I call it. It was the elite club, the elite. It was an elite club that they had back in, I guess, 4 years ago, over 4 years ago. So I think that's where Christian Cage, if I can remember, because he was in contention to challenge Kenny Omega, and he needed help, and Jurassic Express, I think, helped him out. And basically, I think stuff that happened at Double or Nothing too. Around that time, Jurassic Express, yeah, the Jurassic Express had I think a tag team feud with the Bucks. So again, it was quite, and then obviously Christian Cage was kind of their centerpiece, their manager, until Road Rage, or kind of an '80s name on Dynamite. Road Rage, where it was, I think it was, if I remember, it was the Hardys, and it was not mistaken here, it was the Hardys, and the um, it was Hardys and Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy, some sorts of match, in some sort of a match, basically. So nonetheless, man, that's what that was. So for me personally, as growing up, as when I was like 13 when I first saw them together as a tag team, Jurassic Express, the song, the feel, quite nostalgic for me personally. Yeah. So it was a great moment, my favorite moment of the night. Definitely this entire thing with the entire thing, the HBO Max special that we got, the HBO Max special AEW package we got, and then this whole reunion was just my favorite moment. This was the moment of the weekend for me, definitely. I don't care what you guys think. That's just personally it. The moment of the entire day. Nothing on Wrestlepalooza came close to this. Nothing. No. We're gonna get a Wrestlepalooza because I have definitely because we're getting to the end of the All Out review, and man, doing this shit for again, I was kind of out of it. An anxiety attack. Sorry for that. Generally, I hope I'll make sure that does not happen next time. But again, I can't predict that shit, man. All right, let's go to this. Adam Page and Adam Page versus what would I say here? Adam Page versus the Elite. No, the Adam Page versus Kyle Fletcher, the Protostar. So, first of all, I absolutely do agree at a take. I think the match did go a bit too over long. The match went a bit, over. I think it could have gone 30 minutes max, basically. But it went 10 minutes more and 40 minutes generally. Commentary was awesome in this match. The crowd was into it. The story they told in this match is the main event I'm talking here of Kyle Fletcher being this young stud and again having so much over Adam Page. Basically, we're basically coming to the end of the show, man, and it's end of the All Out part of our review. Tune in for Wrestlepalooza, which will be coming up really soon right now. But again, part of that I would say again the All Out, not All Out. Again, the way they were telling the story of Kyle Fletcher, the way they built Fletcher into the program, and really, put Fletcher over in some ways, and the spots he did. Fletcher was quite in control in this match. Adam Page was also in control, but Fletcher looked like a killer in this match, basically. Like Fletcher looked so good in this match. That was the goal, and they delivered on that. Fletcher looked great in this match. Adam Page put Fletcher over well. He didn't actually put him over, means he didn't put him over and give him the title, which they didn't need to. That would be stupid. It's not the time. Uh, but Fletcher was over. Was put over by Adam Page really well in this match. Adam Page made his job to put Fletcher over. Great for Adam Page to do. Love to see your veterans put over a professional wrestling veteran. Adam Page is really a veteran now compared to Fletcher is top like easily. So it was really great to see Adam Page put over Kyle Fletcher in the match a lot. The spots, all the brain busters, basically a lot of stuff. Basically the kicks, the running to the turnbuckle spots. I mean, Adam Page had some leverage in this match. Definitely he did. But again, I think you know definitely Kyle Fletcher was the star of the match. Adam Page Adam Page's job tonight was to make sure that Kyle Fletcher was a star. Adam Page's job tonight was to make sure that Kyle Fletcher would be the star of the match, or of the star of the week of All Out, and he delivered. Adam Page did his job really well. Adam Page made sure Kyle Fletcher himself is great too. Again, the way they elevated Kyle Fletcher in this match showed them he can be a top guy. Love that. Like in the spots, I mentioned the table spots and stuff. Kyle Fletcher really being in control a lot. We're gonna get into the breakdown, and we're gonna get the hell out of here for All Out at least, basically. Nonetheless, again, you have those spots going in, and it's great to see stuff like that, man. Sometimes it's great to see things like that, stuff like that. I like to personally check stuff out like that, generally. Nonetheless, I'm not sure. I'm not complimenting on would I continue this stream or we be doing another stream for this show because we're almost done with All Out now. Anyways, guys, let's get in the breakdown again, as I said, and obviously then the moment. I mean, there was a moment I would see where Kyle Fletcher would slip up, and Adam Page would take advantage, and that's how they will go to the finish, and Adam Page would win and retain, basically. The main event of All Out saw Adam Page defends the men's world. The main event saw Adam Page. The main event of All Out. The main event of All Out saw Hangman defend the men. I'm not gonna say men's. Okay, I'm gonna put men's out there. The main event of All Out saw Hangman Adam Page defend the AEW World Championship against Protostar. There was a stipulation put in place if Fletcher cheats or anyone interferes, meaning Don Callis, he will be stripped off the TNT title. The opponents came together in the middle of the ring and talked a little trash before going for the first lockup. Few matches before they were pure mayhem, so they set themselves up apart by making this more of a traditional wrestling bout at first. Again, the one they had at the Owen Hart tournament where Adam Page qualified to go into the finals at Double or Nothing and face Will Ospreay, basically. That was majorly what they're talking about. That was the point there. The opponents came together in the middle of the ring where Adam Page was not world champion yet. Was not the AEW Men's World Champion, if you get that. The few matches before this Pure Mayhem to I think set this basically. Am I getting something right here or wrong here, basically? Did they even talk about the whole? I don't think they did. What else fucking matter, really, does it? Nonetheless, I mean, where were we at here? However, once they took the fight out of the ring, Fletcher used a chair to hit a big dive over the barricade to take a Hangman down. It actually that was what Brian said. Don, do you agree with this strategy? Fucking love Brian Danielson. He is bringing so much life into a absolutely cringe commentary team with Tony Schiavone, Excalibur. Excalibur is not as much cringe as Tony Schiavone, but when you put them together, they're the ultra ambience of cringe, basically. They're the ultra. I mean, the fathom cringe on commentary. Again, I would like to. Again, Brian said, "Don, do you agree with the strategy?" I agree with winning. I like that. I really like that. That's probably the best call. My favorite call that Brian was really like, Don, do you agree with the strategy where Kyle Fletcher jumped off the chair to the barricade? I was like, I agree about winning. I care about winning. It was really I care about winning. Is that a Don Callis impression? Kyle Fletcher, I care about winning. Whatever. Nonetheless, um, where are we at? Anyways, for the next several minutes, the Protostar, again, it might have done some damage for him because Page was the first to his feet. For the next several minutes, the Protostar seemed to have the upper hand more often than not. Hangman kept finding ways to get in bursts of offense, but it felt like Fletcher had control for larger periods of time. They paced this match almost perfectly. They slowed down to the cell, the speed up to the up to get the crowd excited again. The big sports feel is like they meant something because they weren't just moving from one thing to the next. I really like the big sports field they put out there. I really like these spots here. And Fletcher hit a brain buster to put Page through time skipper table, which again, gnarly as fuck that spot, bro. Fucking ridiculous. Love that, really. But both men were down for a long time afterwards. When they got back in the ring, Fletcher hit 2 running kicks, followed by another brain buster, but he couldn't get the pin. A few moments later, Hangman put Fletcher through a different table with a dead eye. The bump looked nasty for Fletcher, but he was able to continue. They continued to fight again. Hangman was not like just fucking, like he didn't become Super Cena. He was fighting back all around the entire match, but they really had Kyle Fletcher work the entire match, and how Adam Page put him over in the match, put his moves over were just incredible. They continued to fight for several more minutes, trading several near falls. Hangman appeared to have nothing left as confident Fletcher stood there and no sold his strikes. But he was able to hit the dead eye from the middle row before nailing the buck shoulder for the pin and the win. Basically, Kyle Fletcher now try to look for the um his sheer drop brainbuster on the turnbuckle that he did, does all the time. Basically, his finisher. Um, and Kyle Fletcher was unable to do that. I think he took too much time, and not Brian Anderson. Brian Anderson was really good on analytical stuff, and but Brian pointed out this one thing here, where Brian was like, don't do this, man. Take advantage. What are you doing? Put him away." Because Kyle was playing, he was toying with Adam Page, trying to mess with Adam Page, and Brian was like, that's stupid. What are you doing?" This is why Brian is so good on commentary, bro. I think he's one of the best right now, basically. Basically, he is. Brian sounds so great on commentary. Love it. The way he was breaking down this match was just fucking awesome. Love shit like this. Anyways, moving on from this. Fletcher, um, but still, I would say again, Brian was great on commentary. Like, why are you toying with him, man? Just to see, and he was really he put Kyle Fletcher over. He put Adam Page over. He analyzed this match so fucking well. That's why Brian easily takes Shivani's job away. I'm sorry. Brian's a much better commentator than Tony Schiavone is. And that's saying something, bro. Brian might be saying, "Oh no, no, I'm not," basically because Shivani's the legend. He's over from WCW and Jim Crockett's and NWA and fucking whatever. Nobody cares about that, bro. You are a better commentator than Tony Schiavone. You analyze situations better than Tony Schiavone does. You aren't cringe. You're not saying AEW is so great every 5 minutes. You're not saying that, man. You're not saying, "Oh my god, AEW is so great." Or Michael Cole used to say, when Vince used to really fucking force it in his ear, "This one is the best WrestleMania's ever it's been." WrestleMania 32, I think he said once. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, it's not. This is the greatest match I've ever seen. This is the greatest this. This is, the way they used to put over stuff. No, it's not great. It seems awfully cringe and scripted, okay? And when your commentary, this is the problem I have with wrestling commentators. When they have a script, I get you need a script for your storyline and you need a script for a proper big time match. But if you understand and you understand, but it should not be as scripted to a point where we know it's not great, and if you be really real with yourself, you're just working for the company, and you have to act that it's like it's great, but it's not great. It comes off as corporate and it's cringe. It's the most cringiest thing in pro wrestling when commentators say it's great. AEW is great. WWE is great. I don't like that. Stop telling me that AEW is great. Stop telling me that WWE is great. Tell me, if you want to tell me the match is great, that's up to you. That's personally your opinion. But how Tony Schiavone says AEW is great every single 5 minutes, not it. That's why Brian, to me, takes the not the kick, the cake here in being the guy on commentary. I would have him replace Excalibur Shaw, basically. Brian is the analyst, and it really works. I think he's better than Corey Graves at what he does. I find Brian more entertaining than Corey Graves. I do. That's saying something, man. This is how good Brian is on the commentary team. You know, The Miz was on commentary too. We're gonna get at that in Wrestlepalooza a bit sooner. So, you know, getting that for sure. We're talking about only AEW here again. Brian is great on commentary, but again, this whole the way Adam Page was put over, love this stuff, man. This is how you do it. This is how you put over a star, basically. This is how you put over a youngster, a star, and Adam Page. There's no other ways to describe this other than you did your fucking job, and I applaud you for that. Because I think I will be probably doing those reviews separately. So again, Adam Page put over Kyle Fletcher in a great way. And actually, put him over means I had to have him win the championship, but again, put him over, put his moves over, put everything over like that. I think this match to me was probably, if you want me to be real, they build a story in this match, basically, and I like that. I think this match was an A plus, meaning close to a 5-star banger. Excellent. I I preferred this match slightly over Mascara Dorada, Takeshita, and Okada. Slightly over that. This is my match of the night. Anyways, I think that'll be it for the stream, man. If you got any super chats, I think I got my top fans. I got my, if you have super chats here, going on, moving on from that shit, now. Basically, you would be now moving into a situation where I would say, again, again, Brian Eos is, so I think Hangman kicks out. Really great, great stuff, man. I really like that moment. Brian really stood up, and they really, showcasing. Fletcher was like, and Don Hutt's like, that should have been it. That should have been it. You know, man, that should have been it. Whatever. He was saying like, that was a 3. I'm checking my Don Callis impression. Get the fuck out of here with that, I guess. But nonetheless, man, getting your super chats if you can. I think I got those open up. I'm not sure if I do. I can check them out if the super chats are open up. I'm not sure if they are, but if they are, it's great to look at that stuff. So, nonetheless, I would say overall, all out. Give you my comparisons when we get to the Wrestlepalooza review coming up in some time, basically. I'll be taking a break, and then we'll be back with the Wrestlepalooza review on Wrestling with Spades, man. We're live, and it's unscripted kayfabe. We watch the product, the con, the kayfabe, and it's off the script, man, basically. We are not here to put our bullet points together. Like, we remember stuff, basically, but what you will hear from me, I've not gathered it already in my mind, basically. You'll hear me talking of us being just off the hook at the end of the day. Again, a great stream tonight, man. Great stream for All Out in Toronto. AEW All Out in Toronto. Great crowd, definitely. I would say, since if I would rank the crowds this year, it's Forbidden Door number 1. Number 2, I give it to All Out. and number 3 is All in Texas. Again, a great show, great stream. This was a great show. Um, and basically a lot of great stuff that we went over here. I think 2 hours of it, basically, or 1 hour 15 minutes. I think I was off a bit. My bad for that, I guess. The stream would have been shorter if this stream probably would have been 5 hours long, over 5 hours long still. But again, you know, great show tonight, man. Great stream. And your super chats if you can. But I think I'll be out of here now. Definitely all out to me personally. As I noticed, I'll give you my overall thoughts right now on the show, and then you probably will be tuning into Wrestlepalooza. WWE's pettiness that they run the show. Again, with AEW not existent, the Wrestlepalooza never exists. So let's be real. And the whole creative storyline, which we're gonna get into, they're planning up. They don't get to do that creative storyline, or because there's no Wrestlepalooza. They might need, the Wrestlepalooza only exists again. I'll mention this over and over again because of AEW. Because Tony Khan has the valuable asset now to pay pro wrestlers and hold the wrestling market. WWE had that for as long as WCW, as AEW never existed. And since WCW died, WWE had the market value where they said, hey, you don't want to take this money? Go fuck yourself. Go to New Japan. You don't want to take this money? You don't want now. This is why AEW. This is why people don't understand this. This is why AEW starting in 2019, since January of 2019, has been the best thing for professional wrestling. WWE now has a competition, so they have to put up a better product. Especially Triple H taking over was quite the thing to work it. But I mean, but still, they have to pay their wrestlers more because the wrestlers can say, hey, I love professional wrestling. I'm not a company loyalist. I will just go over there and do this over in AEW. Roman Reigns basically was complimenting on going over to AEW in 2020. Yeah, really, let's be real, man. We know that Roman was not okay about anything going on this creative. He was fed up with Vince. He was done with this whole big dog character storyline. He and Paul Heyman were going to leave WWE and they were going to head over to AEW. But this is how Roman stated back only. This is how Vince. This is how you got the tribal chief in WWE basically. That situation would be just like Lex Luger going. So Lex Luger was not it in WWE or WWF, and Lex Luger going over to WCW and becoming really a top guy there. So basically, Roman would have been in that situation, but bigger than Lex Luger, obviously. Like imagine just saying, John Moxley, "What the hell are you doing here, Roman? Roman in Hawaii." You can not use the name Reigns, but you can use Roman in Hawaii. I think Roman in Hawaii would have worked. Roman in Hawaii is all elite. I mean, again, this is what I think. This is what people understand. If Vince did not say yes to that heel turn that Roman wanted to do, and do this his way, Roman would have been in AEW, and we might have looked at AEW being more successful right now, and might be the legit WCW level of competition where AEW is probably getting 3 million viewers weekly. But that did not happen. Vince was not stupid, and he didn't. If he did that, he was gonna because he knew if he would have said no to Roman, because Roman loves professional wrestling, he still loves doing this. But the man who's booking the shows and is in charge of this, the company he's in, is not letting him be creative and not letting him do this. Vince knew, basically. This is why people understand how AEW existence has really bettered for the wrestling industry, man. Vince knew, and Vince already knew that if he says no to Roman for not turning heel, Roman walks over to AEW. he would get his biggest payday from Tony Khan basically. Roman and both Paul Heyman walk over to AEW, and that would absolutely happen if Vince didn't, you know, if Vince really didn't want agree to that heel turn, because Roman has clearly come out there said it over and over again. He was gonna leave the company. He was gonna leave WWE. He was done. He was not gonna come back. He was done with WWE. He was not gonna come back to WWE. So again, this is what people don't understand: the sickos and the e-feds out there, man. AEW existing, I know the sickos get it basically somehow, is good. Wrestlers get paid more, and WWE can't handle that, and that's why Wrestlepalooza exists basically to bury AEW. But WWE failed majorly on this night, and I will give you my take on this. Even though Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin was basically me doing the most depressing ass shit I've ever done, and tried to flush it down the hatchet. Somebody picked up that shit, cooked it up, and made it into lasagna, and let it sit there for a while, made it stale and cold, and served it to me hot again, cooked it up again, and served it to me hot again, and said, "Hey, try this." The moment I tried that dish, meaning Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin, I had, I was, my brain was feeling like I wanted to hit my head into a fucking window, basically. I wanted to smash my head into a window watching Darby Allin and Jon Moxley. Okay? This is my thoughts on that. This is me. It's my critique on the negativity, if you would. Because I'm going to critique. This show was definitely, it was better. It's just my opinion. It was better than Wrestlepalooza. It was. But that Jon Moxley Darby Allin match, man, ice cold storyline served up again to me and serving a shit I took in a fucking toilet. Nearly wanted to flush it down the hatchet. You served this shit up to me. I'm not gonna take it. Ice cold. Maybe wanted to absolutely pull my hair apart. Maybe wanted to pull. Made my brain wanted to burst basically, and I just felt fucking depressed because like I've seen basically anything AEW do this before. The only thing I cared about in this match and this match happening was, oh my god, what shocking, crazy thing we're gonna see. This match was underwhelming, depressing. Nothing we came out of this match. Pac returning doesn't do it. Death Fighter storyline should have ended with the triumph of Adam Page. Adam Page won the world championship. The hero won in the storyline. In your TV show, the hero wins, the villain gets vanquished. Why does the villain get to show up in the next season's episode? The first episode of the season. If the villain needs to show up, maybe he shows up in another role where he's not really the main villain anymore. He comes up at the end of the season 2, basically, and or in a movie where the guy basically the villain gets defeated, and the villain shows up with the hero when everything gets good. The villain basically shows up and says, "Hey, I'm gonna kill you." Not it, man. Not it. This is what it was. They killed the aftermath. They killed absolutely everything. The aftermath. They killed the aftermath. The aftermath was killed. Adam Page won the world championship, got his triumph win. The hero prevailed. Why the fuck do you have a villain get back in this position again when you have the villain's reins taken away from him? The championship is no longer in his briefcase. When Jon Moxley showed up, follow up after All in Texas on Dynamite and challenged Adam Page again. Nothing, man. Or at least, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm getting it wrong. He, choked out fucking who? We don't want to talk about him here. Colt Cabana, CM Punk's best friend. Fucking, I'm fucking it up. Whatever. But still, basically, kill the aftermath of Adam Page being the hero and letting this company go into the start, and still having Jon Moxley on television and mainly saying, "Hey, Adam Page is the cuck and he means nothing. Adam Page is belittled to Jon Moxley in the Darby Allin storyline, which at this point nobody cared about. Nobody cared about it. Jon Moxley needed to be off television. I don't care what nobody says. Jon Moxley should have been off television the moment he lost. The reign is done. This is the triumph that you got. You wanted to be Darby. Darby went on to do Mount Everest. You can't. This is why the clueless storyline is ridiculous. They fucked up this entire thing with Adam Page, basically. And they cucked him to Jon Moxley. And they cucked him to Jon Moxley and the Darby Allin Death Fighter storyline. The Death Fighter storyline ends and nothing. Basically, there was no point of this. There's no point of this. That's why I didn't care about this Darby and Death Fighter storyline. Because it's like, why is Jon Moxley in my television every single fucking week? After he lost the World Championship. Take this example. Roman Reigns lost the World Championship after holding down the fort for 4 years. He lost the World Championship in the greatest main event of WrestleMania of all time. I don't give a fuck what you say. It is, basically. Because it has the level of emotions that are insane. I never felt the level of emotions watching a WrestleMania main event like none other than Roman versus Cody at WrestleMania 40. The same way they follow up to All in Texas, they give you kind of a Timu version of that of some sort, so you'd say. But still, they really deliver on that. But the aftermath I'm talking about, Jon Moxley showing up on television again, showing up again, the villain showing up again, saying, hey, I'm not really dead, really killed everything that you really put into provision there, man. Moxley should have never shown up, okay? I'm sorry, the Darby Allin situation never mattered. I didn't give two shits about the build. The build was awful. It's been the same shit that we got with the Death Fighters. That's why the Death Fighters basically threw everybody off AEW television, me included, back in January or some sorts when they were doing that shtick. I think January till March at least. I was not watching AEW Dynamite. I wasn't. I didn't give two shits on watching AEW Dynamite, bro. Darby Allin basically, shows again, not Darby Allin, my bad. Jon Moxley and the Death Fighters again doing the same shit again, beating up Darby Allin and beating up somebody and not even explaining. No, no, no. We're not gonna talk. We're just a bunch of ragtag groups who are gonna ragtag group is gonna beat down this guy. Bro, these Blackpool Combat Club guys. This storyline has been going on for 4 fucking years. Okay, nearly. Let's be real. We know we're not gonna get away from the Blackpool Combat Club when it first started. These guys have been in a fucking faction together for so long. They might be the Death Fighters now, but still, they have been in this position for nearly 4 years now. 4 fucking years it's been, almost. Since Jon Moxley, Claudio Castagnoli, and Wheeler Yuta have been in a faction together. 4 years! 4 fucking years! Are you fucking insane? What is this, man? I don't ever want to see them in a I don't want to see Jon Moxley, Wheeler Yuta, and Claudio Castagnoli in a fucking faction, first of all. Too long, nearly. It's been almost 4 years. Man, I got worked up about that shit. Anyways, I didn't give two shits about this. I didn't give two fucking shits about this. This didn't matter one bit to me. And the only thing I was excited about seeing how both these idiots are gonna kill each other in a match if they're gonna jump off the freaking rafters and the Toronto stage in the Scotiabank Arena. The Tron of Scotiabank, the all-out Tron, Moxley and Darby Allin are gonna put each other through through the stage or whatever. Nothing like that happened, which I was expecting them to really steal away that moment away from Wrestlepalooza, whatever. Try to do that to steal that headlight. They didn't do that. So basically, this match was basically anything you fucking see on Dynamite every single fucking week, or basically give everything you see. This is why I give WWE the good here, where you don't get to see this shit all the time on WWE television. This whole hardcore garbage, basically. Basically, stringing somebody's ear, fucking making a meatball sandwich out of the man motherfucking ear. Like, you don't get to see that stuff. You don't get to see that stuff on WWE television. The whole Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens match, there was no blood in that anyways. It was story that made that match great. Story and their history, basically. And the way they build it was phenomenal. But AEW, on the other hand, every single week you got to see on Dynamite somebody, getting their fucking ear turned into spaghetti and meatballs. Like, what the like, motherfucker? What am I watching? Like, I'm sorry. Like basically, like either getting their ear fucked up, or getting wrapped in a body bag, or the whole, getting choked out by a paper bag, which again was the best part of this match, where we got to know what Bryan Danielson told Darby Allin in his ear, and what he had planned, and he brought a paper bag, and he said, "Do it to him, end him for good." Which really cool to see Bryan Danielson, stand up for Darby Allin, kind of help him out, even though he was not really getting involved in it, but he was like, he kind of still helped him out without actually getting involved in it. So that was the best thing out of this whole situation. The build to how they were talking about, they talked on September to never remember, basically. Let's be real, that fucking show, nobody's ever gonna remember that. So that was that for me personally. But again, Darby Allin being one of the ones who, again, that spot was great. The best thing on the entire. Other than that, nothing fucking great. Great for the crowd probably watching this. For me, I felt like I took this depressing shit. Somebody took the shit out that almost flushed down the hatchet, picked it up, cooked it up for me, served it in lasagna, or made it in a lasagna form. Let it stay straight, or let it get stale, basically. Put it out there for a few hours, cook it up again hot, and serve it to me. And the moment I took the bite of this, the moment I tried to feel anything about it, the smell, the feel, basically the smell of the shit I was served, basically what I was watching, the feel was was just depressing. That'll be my thoughts on the Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin match. I got two words for Tony Khan and Jon Moxley. Fuck Tony Khan. He is a clueless idiot. He's a clueless hack who has literally, who I don't know what the hell he's doing. I don't know what the fuck he's doing with this. I don't know why this thing exists anymore. And yes, Tony Khan has not earned it compared to Triple H. Triple H, I see this narrative out there. I see this whole narrative out there. TK, whatever this TK, bro. If you want to be like, Bret Hart has the gall to comment this. I love Bret. I love Bret Hart. He's one of the best. He's the best there was, the best there ever will be, definitely. But Bret Hart comments something like this, that if the Hunter married into the family's way, bro. Did you not watch NXT Black and Gold? Hunter was already under Vince's tutelage. He was not under Vince's tutelage when you were there. He was basically a cuck for Vince. Vince buried him after the um, Madison Square Garden, the whole incident happened. Incident of Montrose, whatever that incident was, that reached that broke kayfabe for the first time. Vince buried him and made it into a jobber. He was jobbed out the entire year, and he started kicking off the next year, basically. So, I mean, and then eventually, I mean, Bret wasn't even there when I mean, yes, Triple H was the guy Vince listened to. Triple H was the one. He really said in the Vince documentary. I was the one who said, if he doesn't want to do this, do it for him. I mean, he was a smug little asshole, definitely. He felt that way. Company brand loyalty, I guess. The company brand loyalty. He felt those ways. If he's not gonna do it for you, do it for him. So I would say definitely like that. I'm not gonna lie. I would say I definitely like that. it's controversial Montreal screwjob, as everybody knows. But again, I get why Brett feels his way. But again, as you watch NXT Black Gold, he was not around the time Triple H really started getting under Vince's tutelage, and then he proved to Vince more than ever when he started at NXT Black and Gold in 2014 and became the head of creative of that show and ran that show with Dusty Rhodes at first, but Dusty ended up passing away. And then obviously Shawn Michaels taking over and them both running the show in the later Black and Gold days, moving from like 2018 to 2021, the peak era of Black and Gold. So Triple H already proved he worked his ass off. He booked NXT, this promotion, to show Vince that your product sucks, and the reason you're getting these views, people don't care about your main roster product, Vince. Your product sucks. NXT was the best thing in 2010s. I don't care what nobody fucking says. I don't care. In the entire decade, obviously AEW starting is one of the it's a close number one too. But NXT is the best thing that happened in the 2010s to professional wrestling. Triple H showed Vince that he earned his way. He basically showed Vince that his little promotion NXT can do 10 times better in terms of storytelling and product compared to the main roster product. Even though Vince did not like what was going on the product, and he did not like what Triple H was doing, but it was working for him. That's what he told. He just went on an interview said, but like Vince used to say to me like, I like he didn't like what I was doing. You understand what I was doing? He's like, why would you do this? But he's like, because it's working for me. So this notion that Bret Hart has out there about Triple H not earning the way into the wrestling business, Triple H has earned his way more in the wrestling business than Tony Khan has. Tony Khan basically got the hands of. He also wanted to start a wrestling company. You know, he always wanted to. As a kid, he used to book his own e-feds basically. That's it. And then he got a hold of Cody Rhodes and the Elite. And Cody and Tony Khan talked, and Cody Rhodes was in the move to be the rebel at that time, and gave the biggest fuck you to WWE, and started up the competition since WCW folded. This is what Tony Khan did. Tony Khan did not earn his way into the wrestling industry. He didn't. Triple H did. Under the tutelage of Vince. Let me put that out for Bret Hart. I love Bret, the best there ever will be, the best there ever will be, generally. I'm not going to take that away from Bret. But Triple H never, you know. Does Bret Hart comment recently? I mean, it's fucking. You gotta be an idiot if you believe what Bret's saying here. Triple H earned his way, and earned it nothing more than with NXT Black and Gold. NXT Black and Gold was the best thing going on in professional wrestling in the 2010s. I don't care what you fucking say. You know that for a fucking fact. So yeah, so I think Bret is really smoking some fucking cocaine or some crack out there, basically. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I love Bret, but I mean, he's bitter as fuck. Can anybody be? I get it, bro. I get it. Triple H even went on to Vince Doc and said, "Hey, it was me who was the one who told you to, who told Vince that if Bret's not gonna drop the title, you should screw him over." I get it. I get it, Bret. You're bitter. I get it, Bret Hart. You're bitter. Again, I'm no hate for Bret Hart. I don't. Bret Hart is the best there ever will be. Basically, that the whole the best there ever was, the best there ever will be. That's Bret Hart for you, man. I'm no hate for Bret. I just have, I just find Bret absolutely fucking stupid. Dude, that's bitter that you're just a fucking idiot at this point. Triple H did everything to earn his way into the power he is right now in charge of. Because the moment Vince stepped aside, people 10 years ago, when Triple H really started taking over NXT, and when NXT was really starting to get really top tier hot, we're talking 10 years ago, 2015, Triple H was being conned as taking over WWE 10 years ago. People wanted it. What the fuck are you not? What the fuck does Brett not know? Fans wanted it 10 years ago, basically. Fans wanted Triple H to be in power of WWE 10 fucking years ago. Because what they saw from NXT and what they saw from this new product, this new evolution of product, what they saw of how women were being treated and how now how this new product has evolved into this new evolution. This new product, this more fast-paced product with just different style of pro wrestling that you were not keen to seeing on WWE main roster as much. Because majorly was just John Cena and Dolph Ziggler on your shows. There's nothing against them, but let's be real, it's booked under a fucking Vince McMahon main roster show. So what do you fucking expect me to feel other than that? So Triple H absolutely fucking earned it, okay? Triple H earned every single right to be in that position. So Brett can shut his bitch ass up. Or just shut the fuck up, Brett. You are the best there was, you're the best there ever will be. I will never take that away from you. But you need to just admit that you're fucking bitter. You're bitter that Triple H was one of those people. She was the one who told Vince that screw you over, and you can't let that go to this day. Here's another issue with Goldberg. That goes somewhere else. We don't need to fucking go there even with that. But this notion out there, man. Yeah, not it. Not it. I mean, no. Come on. No way. No way I'm fucking buying it. Triple H absolutely earned his fucking way into the wrestling industry. Everybody had to this day, Ospreay's comments last time he spoke, and Chris Van Vliet couldn't like really addressed him about it. It was like, did you really feel like you had to do that? Like Chris Van Vliet was like, why did you do that, man? Tasteless comments, grinding the boss's daughter. The power he's in right now, because he was grinding the boss's daughter. Yeah, there's some truth into it, sure. He was doggy styling her, Stephanie, sure. I'm not gonna out there and not lie about that, but he still does that probably. But still, he earned his way through NXT. I guess Ospreay, you're also a fucking dumbass who apparently has no idea that Triple H fucking earned his way. He only is in this case of power because he's no, bro. He's not. He to me he proved himself more than ever with the NXT run he basically had. People wanted him in charge 10 years ago. We're talking now, 10 years ago. So get the fuck out of here with this notion. And Brett should also shut his bitch ass up. I love Brett. Nothing against him, I would say. But yeah, not it, man. Bitter. You can be bitter as much as you want, but you can be a fucking idiot. That's what Bret Hart seemed like in this fucking position. Idiot. Idiotic. Your bitter comments turn into you being a fucking idiot is not. It's not it. Not it, man. I already talk about how depressing Jon Moxley and Darby Allin was. To criticize the best parts of shows, when you're talking about the best things on the show that I like, these are the worst things. Riho and Mercedes Moné, didn't care much about it. Give two shits about that. I mean, if I'm being real with you, I mean, Mercedes was really working in with Riho, and there was technical stuff here and there. Definitely was, but personally, man, I would say not it for me. Not it for me. I was not into it. I was not into Mercedes Moné and Riho's match. I mean, I was into it, but I was also not into it. So I'm not gonna give you all the justifications out there. Hey, I was clearly not into it. I was into it. I was into the wrestling they were doing, but again, nothing. It was an okay wrestling match basically on pay-per-view. Riho barely got any offense on Mercedes. Mercedes was really in control. Whatever. I mean, we knew Mercedes was gonna win anyway, so who cares? Didn't care about coming in this match. Didn't care about the outcome of this match. The worst thing on the show was Darby Allin versus Jon Moxley. Nothing beats that. Total Leona, Bishop Khan, and Ricochet, the Gates of Agony, or rather we call them the what were they called again? The Acclaimed? Flame. What are they called? Whatever is their tag team name? Granted something? Granted, whatever. I'm gonna probably go check this out right now. I mean, there's basically something out there. I mean, if I, they're new and what was their team called? They have a new name. It's Granted the Demand. My bad. Granted. Fucking ridiculous. The I'm gonna take it out of it, guys. This stream was really fucking long. The Demand. Where we're talking, right? Again, nothing against this whole Demand faction. I'm not anything. I have no problems. I'm not against them, but it is what it is. Again, I didn't really much care about this match either. It was a fun match for whatever the word it was. The build, I would say, but I don't think I really cared about this match because by this point I'm getting tired of wearing this mask. It's getting too hot, man. The weather is weird. Man, gotta fucking turn on the air conditioner a bit. September. For AEW, it was September to never remember. I'm gonna bury that over and over again. Just fuck yourselves. If you don't think I'm gonna bury AEW September to never remember, you're an idiot. Cool as hack. Anyways, I would say definitely for me, what would I say about that? So again, I didn't care much about this match. The fun match, quite back and forth action. Again, when I watched it, I didn't care about the build to it really. It was fine. The build, it was okay. Nothing special really. It has me excited like this fake fucking reactions from the sickos online on Twitter. Twitter, I almost said. No, I didn't care about it as much. I found the build okay. One thing I'm frustrated about is the MJF and Bobby Lashley storyline, which I hope to build to that. And we don't need to see that these we don't need to see the Demand versus the Hurt Syndicate again because nobody cares about this. We know why the Hurt Syndicate lost the tag team championships. If you follow, if you have a mind, if you have a brain, you know why that happened. And Hurt Syndicate, if they have a brain and they're not fucking idiots, they're not buffoons, they know why it happened. It's Maxwell Jacob Friedman. He was the one who I think paid off Ricochet pretty handsomely, I guess, or offered him something really top tier, and Ricochet attacked the Hurt Syndicate. You can't make me believe that that wasn't the case, okay? If you're gonna just bury that and now make me believe that Ricochet just hates the Hurt Syndicate, no, that he doesn't. I guess Ricochet might have Ricochet's like I could understand the fact that Ricochet is now with the crew that he was looking to be in the Hurt Syndicate, and Hurt Syndicate said, "Get the fuck out of here, man. We don't want you anymore." He was kissing up to Bobby Lashley. Bobby just fucking shoved him aside. It was like, basically, that's what it was. Trevor. So again, I didn't much care about this match or even the build to it. But again, it was a fun match. But a match that I knew that I cared less about still. I would put in these matches with Riho and Mercedes, which I cared about. Also John Moxley, Darby Allin, which I didn't care about that match. I just cared about what's going to happen. This match, Total Leona and Bishop Khan with Ricochet, the Demand versus the Hurt Syndicate. I didn't care about this match either. Moving on to the four-way that I also didn't care about as much, because as I said, if I would be with one of these women at Tailgate Brawl, I'd rather be actually or at Collision or whatever. I mean, they're not doing their like some naughty ass shit. I would have fun basically. I mean, like they're spanking each other with a fucking what you call it, a spatula. I mean, that's basically what fucking happened. I mean, this is what women's wrestling on AEW is actually fucking condoned to now. It's basically, I mean, the amount of sexism, not sexism, amount of sexist shown sex. I mean, in terms of this. I mean, this kind of content is shown and how the women are presented. Basically, they're shown as they're shown for the gooners. And if I would love to be part of one of those gooners. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have time to be part of that because nobody does really. You don't want to fucking waste your fucking shit to this shit all the time. But basically, I would love to. But again, nobody gives two shits about this fucking these tailgate brawls, which I didn't. All of them I didn't care a shit about. I already talked about Daniel Garcia. I'm not gonna go over that. Samoa Joe already talked about that over and over again. I'm not talking about that either. And then again I didn't care much about it. Chris Statler won the match. Just the best thing out of this match. I think this match was a good match at best. Again, the fourth match I didn't care about on this show. Fifth match, just getting that. The tag team ladder match that I didn't care about. Okay, let me make that fucking clear. Basically, if some people don't understand that, I did not care about the tag team ladder match. But again, it was a great match at best. Basically, again, but I'm at this point so fucking fatigued of seeing these of the ladder matches in so many promotions this year that nothing was gonna work for me really. Because first of all, they don't have any fucking chemistry. Let's be real. Jet Speed, no chemistry. We already been over this shit. So we have already gone through the tailgate brawl that I gave two shits about, and I will let you love to be part of the tailgate brawl, spanking these women basically, because that's what they're doing. Basically, I mean, come on, they were spanking each other with fucking spatulas. You, if I want to do something crazy like that, I would love to be part of that, but I don't. I have no interest in that. Basically, I have no interest in that. In, I mean, that's basically me. That's basically you doing a soft porno. AEW Collision is basically a soft porno. Okay, it's basically soft porno. It's not hardcore porno. It's soft porno, where all these women are just spanking each other all the time. Who cares about this? This is what women's wrestling is relegated to again. We we were so against it with the Divas era, I remember, and how everything people used to, and now people the sickos are out there celebrating. I know they're fucking jizzing their pants, doing off, and I wouldn't blame them. Look at Sky Blue, come on. Look at Megan Bain. Look at Harley Cameron. Let's be real, anybody would. And again, I wouldn't blame them. Nothing against them, basically. And let's get into the match. So these are basically 5 matches on the show, slash the tailgate brawl matches that I didn't care about. I think the show was personally, in my opinion, I think the show was a good show. My opinion has quite changed. It's not the best show since All Out 2024. That's what I was thinking first. No, it was a good show. It was a good show. Wasn't great. It was better than Wrestlepalooza. I'm gonna put it out there finally to end this shit off, basically. And the matches I would say that were for me were Adam Page and Kyle Fletcher. That was interested in somehow. Cage and Coke versus FTR. Mascara Dorada, Takeshita, and Okada. So I mentioned 3 matches that I was into, basically. So let's count. 5 matches I wasn't into. Moxley Darby, depressing. Made me depressed, basically. Even more than I was. Whatever. Moxley Darby was depressing. Tailgate brawls. We're gonna put that aside here. There were 3 of them. Whatever that was, basically. The Riho Mercedes match. The tag team ladder match. The 4-way. And the basically the Demand versus the Hurt Syndicate. 5 matches. 3, 4. I think I'm missing 1 match on the show. If I'm not mistaken. Which match am I missing on the show? I don't really talk about that. Did I? MJF versus Mark Briscoe. That is the one I missed. 5. There we go. 5 matches I cared about. 5 matches I did not care about. So overall, I think this show was good. It was a good show. Better than Wrestlepalooza. I am an opinion who I believe, so I think the show was better than Wrestlepalooza. It's a good show. Wasn't a great show. Was a good show. Wrestlepalooza was fucking overhyped. We're gonna get that review in some time for sure. It's a good show overall. Tailgate Brawl can go fuck themselves. Tony Khan can go fuck himself. And John Moxley can go fuck himself for making me depressed. Like, so depressed that I wanted to, bash my head into the window, basically. Or so depressed that I felt like, hey, hey, I'm gonna go out in the heat. I'm gonna sit outside in the heat, basically, for some time. That's what I want to do. I want to go outside, sit in the sunlight. Even though I didn't feel like I wanted to take sunlight, but I had to because I was so fucking depressed watching this shit. Alright, that'll be it, man. For the stream, the All Out show, better than Wrestlepalooza for sure, man. Definitely better than Wrestlepalooza. That is it for the All Out in Toronto review. Good show. 5 matches I cared about, 5 matches I didn't care about. We're out of here, man. See you for Wrestlepalooza review.